It's Saturday again. You know what that means? That's right. It's Ace Attorney. But it's more than that. We're starting Ace Attorney Investigations 2! Prosecutor's Gambit. I, like perhaps many other Ace Attorney fans, played the fan-made translation, Prosecutor's Path, a long time ago. And I won't lie, I think I remember even less about this one. Maybe. We shall see. I can't remember most of it. Among other things, my puppet string updated, and now it has a thing for advanced lip syncing for my model. I still haven't calibrated it perfectly yet. Still not quite there yet. Is it? It really wants to I don't know what it is. It keeps wanting to use the pucker when I try to do the E sound. I don't know why that is. I wish I knew the difference. What happens if I do this? E. It really doesn't want to do that. Come on. I set you to 0. E. There we go. There we go. That might do it. Yeah. Alright. Now that I've faffed about long enough, let's get into it. Turnabout Trigger. Let's start. Here he comes! The presidential plane descends from the western skies, making its final approach lands right on Gourd Lake. Just listen to that crowd! Welcome, Zhang Fa! Welcome, Mr. President! And now, sir, your audience awaits.
Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more, thanks to the prosecutor's office of your great country.
Gun!
You have our most heartfelt gratitude. However, friends, do not forget, the battle against evil rages on. Here today, I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous I missed the word. It scrolled too fast.
Ah! Ah!
Call the prosecutor's office! Get Miles Edgeworth here right away! If anyone can solve this, he can!
Wow! Look at that! Oh. I really do like that picture. Oh, man, I forgot. I really like this track, actually. are at Gourd Lake, March 25th, 2:46 p.m. Spectator area. So this is actually not very long after the end of the first game. Even so, I feel like there's an immediate difference in the... I don't know what it is about the crowd, but they seem to look different to the, thing. Anyway.
The news must be halfway around the world already.
Don't you?
After all, it's not every day an attempt is made on the life of a nation's president.
Excuse me.
My name is Miles Edgeworth and I work as a prosecutor. I came as soon as I got the call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious. Mr. Edgeworth!
Ah, a jet's going over. Well, not a jet, a plane. Sorry, I am... Again, adjusting the... Come on. I need you to work for me, please. I need you to save your settings. Alright.
Mr. Edgeworth! Thank goodness you're here, sir. Thank goodness you're here.
Another game I played. Last year.
This is Dick Gumshoe, a detective with the local precinct. He's the one usually assigned to my cases. How's the president, detective?
Alright.
We still don't know, Mr. Edgeworth. The medics just boarded the plane a few minutes ago. I see. I hope he's alright. Then I suppose you better show me the scene of the crime instead. Right away, sir.
Hey, I said hey! Yeah, you, Ruffles! Who's this? Oh.
Who's that?
You're the prosecutor in charge of this here case, ain't ya? Wanna give me your first impressions? Anything strike y'all as odd? Huh.
No comment. Detective Gumshoe with me.
I didn't think I was gonna pull out my southern US accent so early on. Come on now, Mr. Prosecutor, don't be like that.
Mr. Edgeworth, wait for me! Now, detective, I'll need the facts of the case and as much detail as you can give me.
Oh.
Well, the scene was right here at Gourd Lake, as you already know. A bunch of people were gathered to welcome the president of Zhongfa. Jun Wang. Yes, I read about his visit. It's been all over the news for days now.
Yep. was raining till just before he landed. Luckily, it let up and he went on stage as planned. Mm-hmm. And then smack dab in the middle of his speech... Bang! A gun goes off and everybody runs for cover, terrified for their lives. Apparently.
Apparently? Truth is, I only just showed up myself. I don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir. You were summoned on short notice as well?
Sure was, right in the middle of my day off.
I was at the office taking advantage of the peace and quiet to prepare for my next case.
And then the boss himself calls you to the scene. Never a dull moment, Mr. Edgeworth?
The boss?
Yeah, Chief Prosecutor was right here in the park, saw the whole thing. The Chief Prosecutor? First chance he got, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Get me Edgeworth right away, he's the only man for the job. Something like that.
I see.
Oh, they cordoned the perimeter of the park off as soon as it happened, you'll be happy to know.
Ah, so our would-be assassin's still here somewhere? Good.
Now, all you gotta do is find them in the middle of that crowd before they strike again.
You're right. We don't know what else our culprit might be planning. These people are in danger. We don't have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics.
And search every inch of the crime scene for clues, no matter how insignificant they may seem.
Precisely. The president was shot at, which means a gun was involved. That's our first clue.
Yep. We still got the this mechanic. The puzzle pieces.
Alright, duly noted. Detective Gumshoe. How exactly was the security details surrounding the president's speech organized?
Well, sir, our officers were mainly focused on securing in the perimeter of the park. The president's people took charge of the rest. I spat a little. Sorry. He has his own team of bodyguards. See those guys over there? Maybe we should ask them a few questions. Twins!
If I want to talk with them, I'll need to walk over and press this button.
I will, once I grab my controller like a smart person. Bah. Here we go. It's still doing it. Don't know why. How about this? E. There we go. Because there is a thing. Why does it do that? Very strange. Very strange. Very, very strange. I don't know why it does that. It's doing this. I guess because it is a new feature. It's bound to have hiccups. That's okay. We'll make do. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. So, the president's bodyguards are over there.
Ah, so they are. I should walk up to the bodyguards and press the button to talk to them.
You're right. I'll do my best bodyguard voice.
Can I help you? You're one of the president's bodyguards, correct? Could you tell me how his security detail was arranged during the speech? Sure, after this plane goes over.
Okay.
Two of our senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. This isn't our first rodeo.
Oh?
Anything suspicious in that crowd and we wouldn't have spotted it right away.
You don't say.
I see. So, the president's security was tightly orchestrated for the duration of his speech. Let's investigate further. We should speak with other witnesses and continue to look over the crime scene. We can't afford to leave any stone unturned. Hmm?
So that's how y'all go about it, huh? Sure is something seeing the pros at work. Care to share a little about what happens to that information once you got a hold of it?
Bystanders. This one seems persistent, but I can't afford to get distracted. There's a cup here.
Hey, Ruffles! I asked you a question, dang it! What happens next? Oops, sorry.
Well, we put all the information together and try to find connections, right, sir? Detective! Ah!
Oh, don't be so hard on the poor guy.
Went Bostonian for a second. New Yorker.
Don't be so hard on the...
I've lost it.
Don't be so hard on the poor guy. So, connections, you say? And what next?
Well, I guess you'd say we connect the dots. Connect one piece of information to another. Well, sometimes when I try it, they tell me I don't connected shit. It's Mr. Edgeway's forte. He's a logic master. I can view what information I have with this button and then connect them with that button.
Yep.
I should try it now. Just a quick press of the button and we'll be off down the path of logic.
So, the president was shot at, despite security being very tight, and the security detail was on the watch for anything suspect. Excuse me! And then we connect them. And Bob's your uncle.
Despite the president's tight security, the perpetrators still managed to carry out their attack. Completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. No mean feat. This would have taken some serious planning. In other words, the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated. That's the stuff, Mr. Edgeworth. The old logic never fails, huh? Oh, God. Indeed. All we need to do is find the right clues, and then make the right connections between them.
Sorry.
Make the wrong connections, however, and we'll only wind up further from the truth. Which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I intend to draw logical conclusions.
Well, if I survived the first game, surely I can make it through this one.
Let's get this investigation started. Time to examine anything that looks suspicious. To examine things, I simply need to walk up to them and press the button.
Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba.
If I wish to speak with the detective, I should use that button.
Of course. Let's have a looky-loo. got a few things around.
No!
Oh, this feels familiar.
I was as surprised as you, sir, but there's no mistaking it. It's the Steel Samurai!
Oh, oops, Edgeworth was the one that said that.
It's the Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. Old, young, it doesn't matter. It truly has something for everyone. Beats me why they had a Steel Samurai balloon at a welcome party for a foreign president. Maybe he likes the show. Or... It is a little odd, although now that I think about it, what better hero to represent our nation? Ah yes, the samurai of the US. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny.
We have a hole in a flag.
It's the flag of Zhongfa. The key motif is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what's this? Something the matter, sir? You don't see it, detective? There's something unusual about this flag. Compare it with the one on the other side of the stage, if you will.
Oh, that's a beauty right there. Just look at it flapping in the wind. It's immaculate.
Exactly. Which is how a flag should look. And yet, here we see quite a different picture. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think?
Oh, right. Of course, Is it, I give up. Come on, spill the beans.
You can lead a horse to water. I'll just have to move the cursor to the problematic spot and highlight the difference with the button.
It's up here.
Take that!
Take that! Look closely. Do you see the hole?
Oh, whoa, look at that. You're right, sir.
And note the burn marks around the edges. That's a bullet hole. There's no mistaking it.
A bullet hole. So you're saying a bullet went through this flag? Well, it wasn't a balloon. Breaks your heart, don't it?
It does. What villainy could have befallen him?
Witnesses said he popped right about when the gun went off. Okay.
Which would strongly suggest a bullet struck the balloon.
Oh, looks like we got a case of cold-blooded samurai murder on our hands.
This is sacrilege. I won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape.
We won't, sir. You can count on it.
Oh my god.
Oh, goodness. Oh, I'm lightheaded already. I've barely started the game.
I think I've gathered enough information for the moment. Time to put the pieces together and see what we can figure out.
Yes. Suppose we can do that now. Both of these pierced by a bullet. Seems easy enough.
There is a bullet hole in the flag, and it seems highly likely the balloon was popped by a bullet too.
Which means 2 shots were fired. Right, sir? No.
Possibly even 3. The president was shot at as well, remember? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullet. What we need to know is how many gunshots there were.
Oh! That was easy.
Alright, on with the invested... Where?
Ruffles! Ruffles! Y'all figure something out, huh? Care to share?
Who exactly is she, and why does she keep shouting at us? Rubbernecker, I guess. Seems pretty interested in the case. Excuse me.
Come on, give me something here.
We do need to speak with some witnesses to find out how many gunshots there were. Fine. Let's see if she can tell us anything.
There y'all are. Go you! Tato! Turnabout and pipe! Hee hee! Tabby Lloyd, at your service. I'm looking into the case for, well, just for me right now, but...
Looking into the case. Miss Lloyd, was it? Miss Lloyd, there's something I need to...
Well, what can you tell me? Any exclusive details you want to share? How about the part? Have they made any demands? What about them there ruffles? Where's a feller buy a cravat like that?
It's not a cravat, it's actually a jabot. I think. I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm thinking of a different thing. I might be thinking of something else.
Hold it!
Will you be quiet for a moment? I'll be asking the questions here.
Oh, dang. Here I thought I could get me something juicy for my piece. Piece of what? Piece of steak?
I need to know about the shooting. Can you tell me how many gunshots you heard?
Why, I most certainly, cannot.
I beg your pardon?
I can't just be handing out leads for free. That stuff's my livelihood.
Oh, come on. Don't hold out on us. We all gotta share sometimes.
Me? Hold out on you? Well, if y'all are gonna be like that, I'll be moving right along. Goodbye!
Wait!
Wait for what exactly, huh? Huh? If you got nothing for me, I'm gone.
Oh, we're fresh out of moves here. Out of moves, I wouldn't be so sure. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? As you know, Detective, I like to play a little chess. And what does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position?
You tell me.
I don't know nothing about defense. Why, the board offers any number of options, but some are more effective than others. Sorry, sir, but, this is all going way over my head. No matter how impenetrable an opponent's defense may seem, it can always be overcome. Sorry, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't think about that. Watch and learn, Detective, as I shatter my opponent's resolve with the power of words.
Slam poetry!
Sorry. Doing it again. When attempting to draw out an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. Let us picture the board and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. Now, we must analyze the state of play.
Y'all ain't getting nothing out of me. Not till you give me something in return.
My opponent has dug herself in deep. Her defenses won't be easily broken. But I can't afford to try her patience by taking too long to plot my next move. In other words, I must be conscious, not just of my strategy, but also of the passing of time. That said, I can't afford to waste words either. In fact, it can pay dividends not to.
So this is the new new feature of this game. I've completely forgotten what it's actually called.
If my opponent gets too agitated...
If you're fixing to ask me something, will you dang well ask it already?
I may be able to gain a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. Then, when I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. I should begin by finding out what it is that she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambit.
Mind chess! That's it. Well, we have only one option. And we have a timer up top.
Why don't you begin by telling me about what it is that you do?
Oh, sure. Or I could totally not do that. Think I don't know when to keep my mouth shut? That's my job!
Is it now? So you do something you won't, or can't, tell anybody about?
No, shut up! I ain't no lawbreaker, if that's what you're insinuating. What happens if I bide my time? I'm a law-abiding everyday citizen, and you got no reason to say otherwise.
Forgive me, I meant nothing by it. If it's something you can't tell me about, I imagine it must be very important work indeed.
Huh? Well, sure, I guess. Leastways, it'll be once I bag me my first big scoop.
What was that about scoops? Heh! I see. It's a scoop you're after?
Of ice cream.
So you're a journalist, is that correct?
Dang! Sure. I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest cub on the beat. Whatever that means.
That's the mystery of what she does for a living solved. Perhaps our hungry young cub has gathered information vital to the case. Let's make that our next line of inquiry. Thankfully.
Thankfully, when you do get through a segment, it does reset the timer. So it's not like you're totally strapped for time.
With the opening moves concluded, the mid-game approaches. What else does she have to tell us? Were you at the scene of the crime? At the time of the incident, were you present at the scene of the crime?
Oh, come on now, Ruffles. You ain't gonna give little old Tabby something first?
Absolutely not!
Then I ain't giving you nothing neither. You think I'm a sucker? Think again.
Hand it over, you're under arrest. No, we're not doing that.
Come on, this is my career we're talking about here. You gotta give me something.
Sadly, the more you know, the more you might find yourself in danger.
I ain't scared. I'm a pro. Takes more than the sound of a little gunfire to faze me.
You heard gunfire, did you? Heh. I hope Edgeworth does this every time. Every time I do this. You may be a pro, as you put it, but I'd say you're still a little wet behind the ears. You say you heard gunfire, which proves you were here at the time of the crime. Therefore, you must have seen something.
Double dang! Fine. I was here. I saw it. I saw it, which is to say I seen it. Came to report on the big speech. Wound up reporting on a shooting. You won't get no more out of me than that. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles.
I think I heard some thunder outside. If she came to report on the event, she must have made a record of some kind. I moved my microphone a little over, so maybe... And a record... Oh, whoops. A record I would very much like to get my hands on. This is quite the clue as to where to take the conversation next.
Where's the record?
You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind.
You got more questions? You gotta give me something first. That's the deal.
I'm not in the habit of making deals. Now, tell me what I need to know.
Sorry, Ruffles. Can't help you.
Time to deploy my clue. No self-respecting reporter would leave the house without a means of putting things on the record. Record. So tell me, Miss Lloyd, where's yours?
Of course I made a record. I told you I'm a pro. Dang near wore my shoes out running around on this one. Which is why I'm not about to just hand it over to the first person who asks me.
I'm not just anyone, young lady. I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case.
Don't you young lady me. You ain't getting it, no matter how many times you ask.
I'll young lady you as many times as I like.
You understand, don't you, Ruffles? It ain't nothing personal, kid.
I understand that your job is a difficult one.
You do? Well, ain't that sweet.
And in such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt that you'll ever succeed.
No, I'll go plenty far, I'm sure of it. Yeah. Just as long as I got my trusty tape recorder, I'll always be ready to nab me a scoop.
I'm not interested in your tape recorder. Play me that tape. Play that funky music, white girl. Intriguing. A young reporter hungry for success. Man, I'm so excited. So dedicated to her craft that to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. And indeed, she did not. She committed the entire event to tape.
Ah, dang it! This is my scoop you're messing with, my big break! Fine, sure, I recorded the whole darn thing. It's all right here. You got me, okay?
Checkmate.
Ooh, I got an achievement. Yay! You're something else, Ruffles. I was trying to be all strong and silent, but you had me singing like a canary.
First of all, you are none of those things. Never mind that. Now play us that tape. This should finally tell us how many shots were fired.
Fine. You can hear it, but I got conditions. You played me like a goddamn fiddle, Ruffles. Only the chief ever played me so good. So you gotta agree to be chief number 2 and be mentor to a rising star, aka me.
Chief number 2, huh? Kinda like a second parent. That's a big responsibility, sir. Damn. Edgeworth isn't even a first parent.
And one more thing. I want exclusive reporting rights for the first 24 hours. No! Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of mentor wouldn't give his star pupil the exclusive, huh?
She's a difficult woman to refuse, but I need to hear that recording. 24 hours is more than I can promise, but the story's yours until the case is solved.
And the job of chief number 2?
I think not.
No! You're no fun. But I guess a girl can't have everything. All for the sake of the scoop, huh? Alright, you got yourself a deal. I got exclusive access starting right this second, Ruffles.
Good. Then our first order of business is to listen to that tape.
Work-a-shuck.
Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message.
Because it's recorded, right?
The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more. The President's speech.
Work-a-shunk. The President passionately addresses the assembled crowd, as if trying to shake off the reports of his declining popularity by sheer force of will. And that there's me. Can't beat a little live commentary to set the scene. The meeting's scheduled for just after the speech, correct? He seems pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Yadagarasu situation behind him. As well he should be. This is a great day for all of us. Whatever that is.
Whose voices are these?
Oh, there were these 2 old guys standing right in front of me. Oh, I think I remember actually. One of them, at least. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time.
I know their voices from somewhere.
Wait, the part where the gun goes off is right after this. Ka-shunk. The President thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. The battle against...
Whoops.
The battle against evil rages on. Here, today, I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice.
What the... Ah! So there were 2 gunshots. I'm very good at words.
So, 2 shots were fired.
Yep. And that tells us something?
Something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of our bullets. Of the 2 shots fired, 1 hit the President, which means the other must have passed through both the flag and the balloon, in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of our shooter. The only possible place from which a bullet could have been fired through the flag and into the balloon is...
Somewhere around here? Like right in front of the President?
Take that!
Here. Yes, there's no doubt about it. This is where our shooter was standing. Oh, whoops. Wrong. Oh, yep, nope.
You sure about that, Ruffles?
Watch your mouth, kid. Mr. Edgeworth's powers of deduction never fail. Except for this time. He takes the evidence, puts it together, uses his logic, and bam! Out comes the truth every time. Can't wait to hear the logic behind this one. Well, sir, how'd you do it? Sir? One moment. Yes,
It's alright, Ruffles. We all make mistakes.
I picked the wrong spot. 2 bullets were fired. We know that for a fact. If we draw a straight line along the path of each bullet, our 2 lines should converge on a single point. The point where our culprit was standing.
Yeah, somewhere over here. Maybe. Oh, wait, hold on. Somewhere over here.
Take that!
There we go. Because obviously, turns out all this is water and a floaty thing. So of course, drawing a line between the flag and the balloon gives us the trajectory of one of our bullets. And places our shooter on the left-hand side of the spectator's area. Extrapolations from bullet trajectories suggest that the 2 shots were fired from the left side of the spectator area.
You're a genius, Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe, I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator's area. Roger that, sir. So, you need me to clear all those people out of the way, I guess. I do, and what evidence remains to be found may already be deteriorating. So I'll need you to be quick about it. Yes, sir.
Chief! Hey! I'm talking to you, Chief!
I suppose you mean me, Miss Lloyd?
I surely do. You gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd herder you ever did see. I'll prod, pummel, and push 'em wherever you like.
A very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. Also, about this chief business, I'm nobody's chief.
Whatever you say, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Your wish is my command.
I somehow doubt that.
Here you go, sir. All ready for you. Miss Lloyd here cleared everybody out just like that. You should have seen it. Oh, yeah, there was. Oh, you ain't seen nothing. The chief, my other chief, that is, she sends him running twice as quick.
She sounds like quite the formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl. Thank you, but you really shouldn't have. All that running around. The clothes are covered in mud. Allow me to pay for the cleaning. It's the least I can do.
Huh? Oh, you mean my jacket? Oh, don't you be worrying your pretty little head about that. It's reversible. All you gotta do is switch around and alakazam. No more dirt. Except for the layer of dirt that's now on your inner.
On the outside, perhaps, but you'd still have something of a problem with the inside. We're ready to get back to the investigation whenever you are, sir. The crowd has trampled the entire area. We'll be lucky to find any traces of our shooter at all.
Yes. But hey, we have a flag on the floor. That doesn't seem to be anything. Let's talk to Tabby. Now, fun fact about Tabby. Her name was different in the fan translation. She was named Nicole Swift. Which is fine, I guess. They were trying to pun on her Japanese name, which was a pun on, like, something about... What was her name? Something about quick ears. Hayamimi was the name, I think. Or something. Anyway, about the incident. I like Tabby Lloyd, though. It cuts straight to the point.
You say you attended today's ceremony in order to gather material for an article of some kind?
You bet I did. It ain't the kind of thing that happens every day.
And when did the ceremony begin?
Right after the rain stopped. We got lucky. It was raining all morning before that. Anyhow, the president's plane touched down right around 1:45, quarter to 2. And speech started at 2 on the nose.
What about the shooting?
Must have been maybe 20 after?
So 20 minutes after the ceremony began?
Yeah, shots rang out, tearing through air that only moments before had been alive with cheers. Then tragedy. The president dropped to the floor, felled by an unknown assailant's bullet. It's 2:25 p.m. on March 25th, and I've been reporting to you live from the scene here at Gore Lake.
What was that all about?
Sorry. Just making some voice notes. Gotta get those ideas down the second they come into the old noggin, you know? Ain't every day you get to report on the assassination of a president, after all. It's dramatic, it's emotional. It's got everything I need to write an article that puts the readers right there on the scene. Oh, it's actually raining now. Neat.
And did the president really drop to the floor?
Hopefully you won't hear the broken roof, gutter.
Officers on the scene said his bodyguards escorted him right onto the presidential plane.
Hey, y'all can't blame me for getting a little carried away now, can you?
I better take any testimony she gives with a good-sized pinch of salt.
Stop it! Calling me a reporter and all. It's kind of weird when somebody else says it. Still, Tabby Lloyd, reporter at large. Does have kind of a ring to it, don't you think?
But you are a reporter, correct?
Sure am. A reporter in training.
What? Have you even had any articles published?
Fixing to look up my work, huh? Well, that might be tricky.
And yet you call yourself a reporter nonetheless?
Well, I soon will be, won't I? This right here is a big old scoop. No mistake about it. And I got the whole thing on tape. Didn't miss a second. It's all thanks to my trusty mic and my even trustier tape machine. I'm about to set the journalistic world on fire, just like my mentor before me.
Oh, I bet.
Hey, about your mentor. You know the Chief Ruffles, my mentor, my inspiration?
No, but you have mentioned her repeatedly.
Did I? Can't rightly say I remember.
What kind of reporter forgets a thing like that?
Well, it's just like the Chief always says. You gotta treat information as irresponsibly as you can.
I hope you just misheard her. What kind of mentor says that? Oh, I know.
Oh, you should have heard her the day she gave me this here tape machine. You be sure and bag yourself the juiciest, sleaziest scoops you can now, you hear?
Wonderful. So, you're the kind of reporter... Wonderful. So, you're the kind of reporter who sees fire under even the faintest trace of smoke.
Sorry, someone interrupted me to tell me to have a torch nearby just in case the power goes out. I'm not too worried. Oh, it's flashing outside. Thundering. Lightning. Some worry. Nah, I'm the kind of reporter who puffs on the fire till the smoke about chokes you.
How's that any better?
And we can present evidence. Hey, I've heard about these. How come it ain't stuck to your jacket or whatever?
Because that's not the custom.
It is too. All lawyers wear 'em. I done seen it. Which is to say I saw it. So what's the story with yours?
No comment.
Heh. Guess these legal eagles gotta make themselves feel superior to us regular folks somehow. Regular folks.
I would like it to be on the record that I made no such comment.
So, newspaper. I still can't believe that they just handed me the chance to bag myself a real scoop.
So it was this article that brought you here today?
You bet it was. I've been prepping for days now. 2 whole days, in fact.
So a member of the media had to rely on the media to find out about this event?
Hey, I'm still getting started in this here business. If you give me a little more to work with next time, maybe I'll be on the scene sooner. How about we just find someone better?
She certainly doesn't lack for tenacity.
Did you see who did this? The prosecutor delves into his pocket. After considerable fumbling, he reveals... sorry. You're gonna have to help me out here, Ruffles.
Oh, never mind. I guess she knows nothing about that.
Tape recorder! I used to have a tape recorder. It was given to me for Christmas when I was about 8. Hey, you never did pay me for this here vital evidence. Alright, let's get some basics down first. Favorite food? Favorite drink?
Oh, it's gotta be tea. Mr. Edgeworth loves tea. Even has his own special blend at the office.
Well now. So our prosecutor likes to put on airs and graces.
Airs and graces, huh? And why is the detective answering on my behalf? Oh, better, sir. There's nothing I don't know about you after all.
No, is that so? Tell me more.
Don't you dare, detective. Lie like a dog.
Bullet trajectory. Oh, yeah, that's nothing. Actually, she's 20 years old. That's a baby! She's a little baby! And Dijun Wang. His name is actually the same in the prosecutor's path translation. Because, his Japanese name is, I believe it's, Taekun O? Because, Wang and O are both the kanji for king. I don't remember what, Dijun means. I don't remember the kanji for either of those. We have a cameraman over here. Aw man, the lens is cracked. What am I gonna do? The circuit board's hanging out. The whole thing's spitting sparks. It's like a fireworks show in there. Probably not a good idea to touch it, I guess. You guess?
But definitely not. Fireworks can be deadly, right, sir? This isn't exactly rocket science, Detective. The cameraman's clearly otherwise occupied. Perhaps I can talk to him later.
Oh, excuse me. I had dinner not very long ago. We have a trash can. You even gotta pick through the trash yourself. Oop, that's thunder. A prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh?
Detective Gumshoe.
Oops, that was the history button.
Right away, sir.
Ah, the faithful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished. Pick a lane! Go. You're just being belligerent for the sake of it.
Let's see now. Come up, our little treasures. Is he enjoying himself? Bingo, a popsicle stick. Oh, gotta love the jokes they put on these. Detective? Sorry, sir. Relevant evidence. Relevant evidence. Huh. I think we got something. Huh. Good work, Detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we?
A bag. One peep!
By examining a piece of evidence from all angles, we can uncover hidden details. We sure can. Just tell me which way you want it, sir. We can rotate the item with the sticks. If you want, I can move it closer or further away, too. I can use this button to examine an object up close, and this button to move out for the bigger picture. And when you spot something, just say the word. I can point out suspicious areas with the cursor, and press this button to inspect them more closely. Alright, let's see what we can discover.
One peep! One peepee! Gun! Plans!
This is a document of some kind.
Let's see, what do we got here? Lead Rook, second Knight. Last cover left for Lakeside now, eyes on this area. Rook repositioned in light of Knight's injury. Knight to immediately escort President to plane in case of emergency. Stay frosty, we know who might be in the audience. Okay. But then... So where's the bishop in all this?
What are we looking at here? The presidential security plan? It's a diagram of the president's security arrangements. It shows how the president's bodyguards were positioned. It even has his people's names on it. Rook, and Knight. So his bodyguards aren't natives of Zhongfa.
I heard he uses some private security firm.
But why not employ people from his own country?
I know why not. Y'all want to hear a little tabloid exclusive?
You really know something?
Sure I do. I was over at their embassy not so long back sniffing out a story. While I'm there, one of my sources tells me that the president's got more enemies than you got hairs on your head. Including a bunch of bigwigs in the National Police Force.
Interesting. So he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement.
Interesting.
I wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt on his life.
Almost certainly classified.
But what was it doing dumped there in that bag? You raise an interesting point. It's a document relating to a matter of national security. It would surely be highly classified. Hey, there's something else in here.
A gun! With a laser sight.
My.
Wait. Yeah, no. Sorry. There's someone else who says my in a very way.
Whoa. What's a gun doing in there?
I mean, you kinda passed over it to grab the diagram first, so I mean...
Sorry, this bag. It's gotta belong to the... Yes. It could well have been disposed by our would-be assassin. A revolver. It would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here amid all the chaos. Could this be the work of a professional? That would explain the security plan too! I think we need to take a very close look at our latest find.
Sorry, it thundered again. I was just listening. It sounds very quiet. I don't think it's right over us. It's probably like 5 or 10 kilometers away. I think we need to take a very close look at our latest find. I couldn't remember if I actually said that. Read it. Bullets! And casings. 2 bullet casings.
Matching the 2 gunshots heard on the recording. Well, that proves it. This must be the weapon that was used.
Except, you don't usually put 6 bullets into a chamber, into a revolver cylinder. You put 5 in and leave 1 empty, so that the bullet hammer, the thing that actually, does the thing that makes the bullet go kapow, it doesn't accidentally do the kapow on a filled chamber.
This part is called the grip. I've held a few guns in my time, though they've never felt quite right in my hand. This one's no exception.
Yes. I can remember 2 occasions in which Edgeworth has held up a gun and a laser sight.
This is a laser sight. It can be lined up with a target to make aiming a bit easier. If I press this here...
Whew.
Yep, definitely a red laser. Could the assassin have used a laser sight to target the president? That bag was a real find, huh? Just goes to show a bag in the hand is worth 2 in the trash. Nice work, Detective. Now, there's something else I'd like to ask of you, if you don't mind. I need you to take the bag and the gun to forensics and see if they can find any prints. On it, sir. A good set of fingerprints could really help this investigation along. Got the results for you, sir. That was quick.
Yeah, that was like a few seconds.
You bet it was. Told the Dex it was ultra super high priority. But, they came up empty.
Oh.
And they checked everywhere. Inside and outside, top to bottom, sir. They even took the bullets out of the gun and dusted them. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy.
Let's see, we got a sign over here.
This wooden sign looks almost brand new. I imagine it was placed here recently. What's it say? 50 yards to the Gordy Museum.
Ooh!
And 70 yards to the, Oh, never mind. What's the matter, detective? Just read it, will you? 70 yards to the boathouse. It feels like a million years since that whole sorry affair unfolded.
Yes.
Fond memories, detective. Yeah. Fond memories, sir. Oh, I got an achievement for that.
What was the name of 1-4?
Turnabout Goodbyes, I think.
Yeah, that was where the boathouse was, needed. That was a crack and a half. Well, this is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Who is this again?
It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth. Winston Payne. We work together at the prosecutor's office.
He's a prosecutor? I thought he was the janitor. What brings you here today, Mr. Payne?
What indeed? Why, only the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself.
His voice. I recognize it from the tape recording.
Ah,
Was he one of the men who was standing in front of Miss Lloyd? And where is the chief prosecutor?
he had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. They let him, and only him, out through the cordon.
So he had me summoned on short notice and then left before I even showed up. Rude. Oh, really?
Where else can we look? The van!
The television truck appears to be stuck in the mud. Oh, reminds me of the time I pushed your car out of that ditch, sir. Then you just drove away and left me there. Gotta admit, it felt kinda lonely. No!
Edgeworth, you didn't!
Ah, did I do that? I think I might have. Oh shit! You came back though, Mr. Edgeworth. You only left me there in the mud for maybe 15 minutes.
15 minutes? Oh my god.
I know you'd never forget about me, sir. Of course I wouldn't. Barring those 15 minutes, anyway. Oh my god. Many years ago, I got stuck on myself and one of my cousins and his girlfriend at the time. We went out for a drive along the beach when my family was out west for a holiday. And yeah, we attempted to drive over a sand dune and got stuck on it. And we were stuck there for about 3 hours. Eventually, my dad, my uncle, and our our grandfather came around with a ute and like a towing rope to get us out. And also a couple of jackets because it was very cold at the time. And it was when we finally got picked up, it was really late in the afternoon. I think the sun was almost gone too. Ah! I was wrong. That's not quite right. Need to reconsider the information at hand. Could it be this? Nope. That doesn't add up either. What am I missing? Yep. Target during his speech. Okay. Something tells me I don't actually have enough things to... thing. Yes, sir. Oh. Notice anything? All these flashing lights and clicking cameras? Why do they need pictures of the crowd, anyhow? Stupid nosy newshounds. Well, this is a rather newsworthy event, Detective. Don't let them get to you. Oh, but they're taking your pictures, sir. And mine. Yeah, like, for a public event, usually... Oh, well... I was trying to remember, because, like... I never signed away my image rights, and neither do you! Wait there, I'll be right back. That's actually what I was thinking about, image rights. Which is, giving, like, media outlets and, like, other things, the right to use your image in, anything they, post. He ran off before I could stop him. Now he's looking for whoever photographed him, and annoying everybody else in the process. Will he ever stop finding new ways to surprise me? Look at this badge. That thing's pretty small. You don't lose it all the time? The sacred symbol of my office? No, Detective, I do not. Ah, I guess it's a good thing I'm no prosecutor, huh? I'd have lost 100 this week alone. I mean, I lose my own badge at least that often. That's quite the talent. Oh, Gumshoe. Ah, good one, Mr. Edgeworth. I think. You weren't showing me that for a reason, were you? I wouldn't know the first thing about it. And yet, that doesn't seem to bother you at all. Incredible. I can't keep up with the Steel Samurai, all the spin-offs, the different versions. Detective, this balloon is clearly based on the original first-generation Steel Samurai. Anyone with even a passing familiarity with the show would know that. Not me, sir. Sorry. They all got 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth. As do all human beings, Detective. Yeah, but humans don't have silver skin. He's clearly... He is clearly not a man of culture. Sorry. I'm thinking of the meme.
No, he doesn't think about the tape. Ah! Wrong button. Again, a nothing statement. Nothing statement. Done? Nope. Okay. Not who I was gonna speak to. Can I? Hey, gun. Oh, nothing. Nothing. I thought I could say more to a pain. Yeah. I thought he had more to this. Eh. Is there... Huh? Oh?
You're with one of the news channels?
Yep. Can I help you?
You must have footage of the event. Do you mind if I take a look?
Wish I could help you, but that might be a little tricky.
Why's that, huh, pal? You got a problem with doing your civic duty or something? Gumshoe, that's my foot you're stamping on. Sorry, sir.
No, it's just that my camera was knocked over in all the panic. And now I can't get it to work.
That footage would have helped immensely. Just our luck. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha!
Who is that?
What the?
You look like you need a little help, Mr. Edgeworth.
I know that voice.
Hey!
Kay!
My daughter! Honestly, I leave you alone for 2 seconds. But don't worry, your hero's here to save the day. That's right, the one, the only Kay Faraday!
How'd you do that without moving your mouth? Hero, only you would give yourself a title like that. So, you're not a great thief anymore?
Not right now, but it's not like I quit. I'm just on a sabbatical. I'm taking time out for some intensive training. Being the second Yatagarasu doesn't come easy.
Kay helped me out on a few occasions about 2 weeks ago when I was working for a case. The case of the Yatagarasu. A mysterious thief who seemed to appear and disappear at will. And who claimed to only steal the truth. She calls herself the second Yatagarasu, the successor to the so-called Great Thief.
There's not a lock I can't open or a trap I can't escape. And when it comes to stealing, well, I'm still in training, but I'll get there soon enough.
What are you doing here, Kay?
What do you think I'm doing? I've been enjoying the festivities, of course.
Suppose she did mention being fond of such things.
And afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your office to see you guys. Oh, but now I don't have to.
Good to see you, kiddo. You're as bright and breezy as ever.
Hey, Gummy, how you been? You're looking pretty full of beans yourself.
So, Kay, are you really here to save the day?
Yep. Prepare. Excuse me. Prepare for your jaw to hit the floor. Your best pal in the world here only went and took pictures of the whole shebang.
Did you now? Then you better show them to me.
Wow, your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What's a girl gotta do to impress you, huh?
No girl's ever gonna impress Edgeworth. Unfortunately.
I know, right? Mr. Prosecutor here is about as much fun as a dang toothache. Won't even let me call him Chief. But I'm forgetting my manners. Tabloid, ace reporter, at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. You're right, he's no fun at all. This one time
You two can chat later. Kay, can I see those pictures?
I don't know, can you? Ooh, fine. Here. I took this one right when the gun went off. Ooh, it's a big red dot on his head. It was total chaos. People running everywhere.
The president and his 2 bodyguards.
Excuse me? Just readjusting myself, I was sitting very low in my chair.
The names on the security plan were Knight and Rook, I think. What's that? Aside from the thunder outside. Thank you indeed, Kay. I think you've provided us with a vital clue.
Oh, wait! Your eyes just lit up like a pair of dang Christmas trees. It ain't even Christmas. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, care to tell the readers what you spotted?
A contradiction.
Huh? A what now? I don't see nothing strange.
Allow me to show you. This picture shows the moment of the incident. But another piece of evidence shows something different. I need to highlight the point of contradiction, and then employ my powers of deduction. First, to find the contradiction in the photograph. Oh, I nearly said something very bad there.
Now, let's have a look. It's this!
Yes, this is it. I'll simply press the button to make my deduction. It's not even on the bit that it needs to be on. Now to show the thing.
Let's check this. Discover repetition. Okay. Let's just...
Eureka! There's clearly a contradiction here. If you say so, sir. I can't see anything myself. Oops. You don't see it? Something so obvious? That is a contradiction in itself. Mr. Edgeworth, you know, if you made a mistake, you can just tell me, don't you? A mistake? I've done no such thing! And I'll prove it to you. I've already located what's contradictory between this photograph and the evidence. Hold on. Oh, the trajectory is weird.
Really? What is it? What am I looking at? Huh? Wait a minute. Oh? This? Dang it!
If you say so, sir. Mistake? You know... Nope.
Still samurai?
Nope.
You'd think for this being the tutorial to the deduction bit. What am I looking for? What am I looking for?
No, don't tell me.
You're shitting me. Really? Hello! How you going? Whimsby! Good to see you in chat.
Look closely at the picture of the president in this newspaper clipping, if you would, Miss Lloyd. Now look at Kay's photograph. Compare the two carefully.
Huh? What am I looking for here? Well, I'll be.
Indeed.
Oh, you stayed up late last night, so it's morning for you. Ah, good morning then. My week was good. Yeah, did a bit of shopping. Spent time with my friends. It was my parents' anniversary. Yeah, pretty good stuff. And now here I am. Playing video game.
There's something on the president's forehead. Something that wasn't there in the other picture.
But it's also currently thundering and lightning outside.
What's that? Some kind of birthmark?
Gumshoe, no. Yeah, guy's got a big red birthmark right in the middle of his forehead. These people are idiots. Oh, you live in a snowy place. Ooh, I bet that's super cold.
I highly doubt a birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture was taken.
Did he get bitten by a bug then, maybe? You big bug. Yeah, that's it. There's a big old bug bite. From what? A dire mosquito? Near, I thought it was something important. The look on your face.
You should know that the road to the truth is paved with just such seemingly trivial details.
Ah, again with the face. Alright. Duly noted, Chief. Yes. Finally, we're getting somewhere. Can't believe I spent 80% of my hit point bar just to point out the difference between the two pictures. Sometimes I feel like I think too fast for this game. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. Did you like my big entrance? Bet I really am your hero now, huh?
Well, your evidence helped things along, certainly.
Hey, I'm the second Yatagarasu, remember? All in a day's work. Kinda wish I could have showed you how far I've really come with the whole great thief thing, though.
The training you mentioned? About that.
Don't worry, I haven't stolen anything yet. I promise.
It's the yet that worries me.
So the whole great thief thing is just on hold. For now, anyway.
That's a relief, I suppose.
Yeah, I wanted to get out there and start stealing back the truth, like my dad. But I've still got a ways to go with my training. And I need to find some partners in crime.
I hope she means that figuratively.
I can't be the only girl in the world looking to pull off the most daring heists ever attempted. Don't worry, you're not!
True, but not many people are looking to pull off a career in larceny either, I'd wager.
Partners in crime with a lawyer. Yep, no doubt about it. Ooh, typo! Ouch! No doubt about it! Amazing! Incredible! That's actually a really common typo. Because our brain filters out the double words. Especially if the about was on another... If it's like an about at the end of a line and then an about at the start of a line, the brain completely glosses over it and you don't even think about it. If you compare the pic I took to the newspaper clipping, the red birthmark stands out like a sore thumb. That's a contradiction, all right.
Indeed, though I very much doubt it's due to a birthmark suddenly appearing.
reminds me. I might have to steal that line of yours. The road to the truth is paved with seemingly trivial thefts.
Funny, I don't remember that being the exact sequence of words I used.
Why just rob a house when you can rearrange the furniture too? What?
You may call it rearranging, but I call it irretrievably corrupting.
Well, Kay, what do you think about all this? What do you think of my badge? That's a cool badge. Very severe.
As it should be. After all, it symbolizes both the sanctity and the strictness of the law.
Yeah, well, my badge symbolizes, love, justice, peace, courage, duty, and compassion.
And what about your beloved truth?
Incredible. Hey, I'm a great thief. I totally sympathize. If you feel you gotta grab something, you should just go ahead and grab it, even if it's worthless.
She doesn't seem to think much of my little treasure.
What do you think of this? The Steel Samurai is great and all, but everybody knows it's all about the Jammin' Ninja these days. Will we ever see him again? Running around in old-timey Japan, having amazing adventures, singing cool songs. He's the best.
Is he the one who...
Oh. Ooh, make breakfast. Have breakfast. I hope it's a good breakfast.
Is he the one who isn't even an actual ninja?
That's him! He used the power of his amazing ninja songs to become a superstar! Maybe I should give it a try. The Singing Thief! What do you think?
A singing thief would be arrested in a heartbeat. Which is a good reason not to stop her, I suppose.
Well, she could be a rhythm thief. What do you think of this tape? Oh, she thinks of nothing about this tape. Trajectory? Nope, she doesn't know anything about trajectory. Nope. What do you think about gun? Nope. That red dot. Wait, I know what it is! Some prankster must have snuck up while he was sleeping and...
So you're saying that this picture is irrelevant? That it's worthless as a piece of evidence?
Hey! It's anything but worthless! After all, I took it. And taking things is what I do best. Perhaps Kay should become a photographer. Right, let's see. I think... Yes. We should be able to do this now. Oopsie. The red mark and the laser sight. I believe that's it. Oh dear. Oh god. The damage I dealt to myself. There we go. But luckily I'll heal up once investigation's done.
I've solved the mystery of the red birthmark.
Oh, really?
So, it wasn't a bug bite? No. What we're dealing with isn't something that would itch for a day and then disappear. We're looking at a whole case of hives localized on his forehead. It is, in fact, the beam of a laser sight. Oh, then our killer was aiming to shoot the president square in the forehead. And shortly after this picture was taken, a second shot rang out. Yeah, that's gonna do more than itch. Indeed. I fear the president may be in even more danger than we thought. And that the gun we found was the weapon used in the crime.
Interesting.
Why would the perp use a laser sight, though?
He's right. You'd stand out like like crazy using something like that. Pew pew pew! Pew pew pew! Pew 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 pew! It's not like you can just go around shooting lasers all over the place.
No. And anyone who saw it could trace it right back to the shooter. Seems like a pretty bad idea all around.
Oh, I almost forgot. I took a couple more pictures. Maybe the laser sight's in one of them.
It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least. Alright, Kay, let's see these other pictures.
Yes, sir! Right away, sir. Let's see. First up, here's one I took just before everything started going south.
It might be more useful to us if half the frame wasn't taken up by your face.
Hey, can you blame me for wanting to get a selfie with the president?
Can you believe that this game was developed long before the word selfie was invented? I'm pretty sure it was. Anyway.
Lucky for you, this was right before the gun went off. And this one I showed you before is from just after the first shot was fired. The second shot came just seconds after this. Then there's...
Ass! What's this? I can hardly see anything.
I got knocked over when everyone started running right after that. Running. I got knocked over when everyone started running right after that last picture. Guess I must have pressed the shutter by accident.
Not sure this one's gonna be much use, kid.
Although I can see there's a dropped umbrella. And that's all of them.
Time to take a closer look. Let's examine the picture from before the shooting. Is there any hint of a laser sight here in this picture?
Yes, actually.
Look out, Winston! Winston! Oh no, he can't hear me! He's got his AirPods in!
Take that!
There, I see it! What is it, sir? Look closely at the person with the red hood.
Whoa, there it is!
Indeed. That's our laser sight right there. So that's our perp! The one in the red hood must be... Little Red Riding Hood. The shooter, yes.
We found them! And all thanks to yours truly.
Indeed. You led us right to the greatest treasure of all, Miss Great Thief. The truth. You may have captured our would-be assassin in one of your other pictures, too. Let's take another look. Our red-hooded suspect could be another of these photographs.
I'll try the third one. Aha! There they are! Past the ass.
Take that!
Look, right there!
A red jacket. That must be our suspect. Looks like they took advantage of the confusion to make their getaway. Luckily, we can see exactly where they were headed. Can we?
The samurai dog stand!
Precisely. Which means they escaped towards the right-hand side of the spectator area. Detective Gumshoe! On it, sir. Consider it cleared. Good. I'm counting on you.
Off he goes!
What is this? Oh my god. I can't believe I called it. I called a Little Red Riding Hood reference. I don't believe it. We have you now, my Little Red Riding Hood.
Although, I'm pretty sure in Japanese, Little Red Riding Hood is called Akazukin, which does mean just Red Hood. So you know what?
Maybe it's the same in the Japanese. I just don't remember the reference being in the first version.
In Persecutor's Path.
The entire park is cordoned off and we know which way you went. Now it's simply a matter of hunting you down.
Umbrella! And a hat.
Now let us continue our investigation. Oh, excuse me.
There's evidence here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. A shoe! Can I look at the shoe, please? I would like to look at the shoe, please. I'd like to look at the shoe, please! I guess I cannot. I can't even look at the umbrella? No! Ah, Mitarashi Donger! Aw, man. Samurai dogs.
I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
One game for $3. What the heck? My local toy grabbing machine, my claw machines at the local Graces, they do one game for $1. Like, come on.
There's nothing of interest here.
Wait, really?
Oh, I just didn't have the cursor on it all the way, I guess. It says Samurai Dogs, now with Sakura Relish. Just in time for spring.
Sakura Relish?
Sakura, huh?
What does that taste like?
Well, Sakura is cherry blossoms, so I guess maybe cherries? But blossoms are blossoms and cherries are cherries, sir. They're totally different things.
No, they're the same thing at a different stage of maturing. You see, Gumshoe, the flower turns into a fruit. Are you picking up what I'm... Are you getting...
You're right, I suppose. So what does Sakura really taste like? This is my kind of mystery.
You didn't hear me. Oh well. Okay, $3. I have a little red thingy down here.
What's this?
What's all this then?
A red button. Hey, do you think...
Ooh.
Would it have been dropped by our red-hooded suspect? Yes, it certainly seems likely. It's a flimsy-looking food stand made of plywood, and it sells samurai dogs. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got $1.50 if, you know... You're not actually suggesting I subsidize you eating on the job?
Why not?
Oh, I didn't mean to. That is, maybe when we're done? Fine. When we've finished investigating, you can have one. And only one. Understood? Sorry, sir, I never shoulda. Wait. Did you say I could have one? Yes. Why? Is something the matter? No, it's just... I wasn't expecting you to... Thanks, sir!
Hey!
Finally, Gumshoe gets something nice. A samurai dog.
What's this down here?
There's something red down there. And it's not blood. Detective Gumshoe, can you see what that is under the stand, please?
There's something down there, alright. Oh, let's see,
A red raincoat. This must be...
The one the suspect was wearing.
They must have taken it off and hidden it under there before they made their escape.
Red raincoat.
There's nothing unusual about the left sleeve. No, it's not inside out, and the button's still attached. It seems entirely too neat to have been removed in a hurry and thrown on the ground. The sleeve is inside out. Button's missing too.
Yep. Let's have a look. Aha! Assassination attempt. There we go.
I can't get this one wrong. Could you imagine, though? The emotional toll. The button we found seems to have come from this raincoat. It must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off. Excuse me. The right sleeve's inside out too. It seems it was removed in a hurry. Fast enough to tear a button off, no less. I surmise our assassin disposed of their gun and bag in the trash immediately after shooting at the president. They then slipped into the panicked crowd and moved from the left to the right side of the spectator area. This was because they knew the trajectory of the bullet wound. This was because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point to a shooter on the left side. Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog's stand. The killer would have needed to get rid of the coat as soon as possible, hence its hurried removal. The fact that the right sleeve is inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off. Yep, that and the missing button. The question, of course, is, why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve? Oh yeah, only the right sleeve's inside out. Indeed, and the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached. So, what does this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If we're to answer that question, Detective, we'll need to inspect the raincoat in more detail.
Indeed. Zipper.
Let's take a closer look at the inside of the raincoat. Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir.
Blood!
Oh no, blood! This is a blood stain. Considering where it's located, I'd say the blood belongs to our would-be assassin.
Ooh.
So, we're looking for someone with an injury? Not just any injury, Detective. An injury on their left arm. Huh. How do we know that? It's simple. The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting that the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Conversely, the left sleeve is just as we'd expect it to be. Therefore, the suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place.
Yes, that would be correct. If it was in a sling.
And once we understand that, everything else falls into place. Now, Detective, there is a blood stain on the left side lining of the raincoat because the suspect's arm was too injured to fit through the sleeve. Precisely. Or at least we can say that there's a good probability that was the case.
Welcome back. Red raincoat.
The pieces are starting to fall into place.
Yahoo! Ah, that feels better.
Detective Gumshoe, I need you to go and search the crowd for likely suspects. Yes, sir. Suspicious characters with injured left arms coming right up.
Wow, he just disappeared then. You're even smarter than you look, Ruffles. Taking all them itty-bitty pieces and putting them together like that, you'll have your man in no time. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
The park is still cordoned off, so our would-be assassin should be in that crowd somewhere. Don't let me down, Detective Gumshoe.
$3:27 p.m. Good luck. Good luck. Good lake, I should say.
Mr. Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir.
Wait, and now the assassin, Gummy.
Hold on, Kay. It's a little soon to be jumping to conclusions. For the moment, they're a person of interest and nothing more. Understood?
Okay. No jumping.
But he's our shooter, sir. I'm sure of it. He is the guy who tried to take out the president. In broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses. This is no ordinary assassin. Yeah, I love that she calls him Gummy too. Bring him over here, Detective. Carefully. Yes, sir. Come on, boys! You heard Mr. Edgeworth!
Ah! Ice cream!
No umbrella. And a bandage on his left arm. Well, pal, state your name already. Doe. John Doe. Charmed, I'm sure. John Doe. Not a name you often hear in real life. That's correct. I know this man from somewhere, I'm sure of it.
No, this guy's new. We've never seen this man before in our life.
And you are Prosecutor Edgeworth. You know my name? Of course. I've been following the day's developments with some interest. Now, perhaps you'd care to explain why you've asked to speak with me? As you've been following our investigation, you're no doubt already aware of who we're looking for. Let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance? Forgive me, but I'm afraid I do not. I see. Well, I believe its owner to be the would-be assassin we're seeking. My! Well, isn't that just shocking? I also love the fact that the ice cream cone looks just like him too. And this same would-be assassin happens to have an injured left arm. Just like you. All I can tell you is that I had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair.
The two adversaries stare each other down, their eyes like deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happens next?
A showdown, that's what. A battle of wits. A battle of words. Dare I let him explain any further what he thinks this upcoming battle will entail? No, let's not go there. Detective Gumshoe, if you've quite finished leaking my professional strategies to the press... Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Thanks a bunch, you big old grouch. As if it would have done any harm. Doe's deposition.
I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you.
Heck yeah.
It is a really good way to skip a tutorial. But you have no proof that this person is injured, as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required. So, you contend that you were not wearing a raincoat, is that correct? It is. And is that so strange? Not everyone wears one, after all. I happen to prefer an umbrella.
Team raincoat over here. They're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. Oh heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow or shine, it's my trusty parka every time.
Not exactly the line of inquiry I was hoping to pursue. So, you see, I'm not your would-be killer. And I'm not in the habit of making baseless accusations, Mr. Doe. Please, I'm just a simple ice cream sell. Oh my. I forgot about that sprite. Forgive me, my wound seems to have begun bleeding again in all the excitement. The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin. And said owner also has an injured left arm. I'm on to you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time.
Well, but you have no proof this person's injured as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. Well, let's press.
Hold it!
So, you admit that whoever wore the coat is a person of interest? I know they are. I know they are. I was able to follow most of your investigation from the spectator area. One never thinks one could get caught up in such an awful thing as an assassination.
No proof this person is injured.
Hold it!
So you'd like to see some proof that the owner of the raincoat has an injury? I would certainly expect such a renowned prosecutor to have some. I still don't understand how you know who I am. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, you're famous. He probably read about you in the newspaper. I have also been observing you and your work, lest you forget. I don't believe a word he says. If I can prove he's lying, we'd be one step closer to apprehending our shooter.
Hold it!
That looks like quite the serious injury, Mr. Doe. How long ago did it happen exactly?
Seems pretty recent.
Oh, not long. That's all you're going to say on the subject? Well, it certainly made servicing ice cream more difficult. And stopped me from holding my umbrella while I work.
Hold it!
How would you open an umbrella with only one hand, sir?
Yet you don't seem to have an umbrella on you at the moment. Didn't the rain stop only a short while ago, just before the shooting? It did indeed. I remember because I was suddenly inundated with customers.
Ah! Oh god. There is a cockroach in my room. I need to get it out of here. Hold on. I'll be back. Ah. Crisis averted. I got it the hell out of here. Oh. Yeah, where was I? I remember because I was suddenly inundated with customers. Oh, that's right.
That was less than an hour ago. Are you trying to tell me you lost your umbrella in that short a span of time?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. After all, it only takes a moment for someone to steal an umbrella, especially in a crowd of that size. I like to... While I was out, I grabbed some chocolate. That's
entirely possible, I suppose.
I had my umbrella when it was raining, Mr. Ezra. That is a fact. And then he lost that umbrella to the crowd, huh? Guess it's just one of those things.
I suppose you're going to tell me that his wound reopening is just one of those things, too?
Well, it kinda is, no? No. The assassin's left arm is injured. Like that.
As is Mr. Doe's.
Why, it's even bleeding as we speak. You're right. That is pretty suspicious. Gumshoe, you're the one who found him.
Nonetheless, we need to find something concrete that will link Mr. Doe to the crime.
Well, we have it. Pretty sure this is it? Nope. Wrong way.
Objection!
Aha!
You seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe. But not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind. Something of vital importance.
I'm afraid you must have me confused with somebody else.
The coat does not belong to me.
Or do you claim to have some kind of proof to support your accusation?
Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope. Your wound seems to be bleeding again.
I'll survive, though I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. If you're an ice cream salesman, I'm pretty sure blood would be a sanitary issue.
You have my deepest sympathies. Because if it wasn't bleeding quite so badly, you could have perhaps made a clean getaway.
What exactly are you insinuating?
As we've already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured. Now I can prove that person was you.
With this decisive piece of evidence. The ice cream is sweating.
You see, Mr. Doe, there was a small amount of blood on the inside of this raincoat. Blood that belongs to our assassin.
Attempted murder of a foreign leader? Causing a diplomatic incident? They'll throw the book at you.
You can give us the silent treatment all you like, but we don't need you to talk. A simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes is for us to compare the blood on your bandages with that on the coat, and that will be that.
They literally strap you to a chair and hold books at you.
We have the evidence. Why don't you make it clear on all of us and come clean? Admit that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Zhongfa. I'm not your assassin. You're stubborn, I'll give you that. But if this were a game of chess... Now that gives me an idea. You would already be in checkmate. Now, do the honorable thing and admit defeat. I did not. Okay. It doesn't look like a man with no moves left to play. Very well. You have me. I'll admit it. I was wearing the raincoat. He confessed. Say the word and I'll slap the cuffs on him right now. But I did not shoot at the president. What? Mr. Edgeworth, the only thing you have proven is that I was wearing a particular raincoat. Sorry, adjusting my camera. As far as I'm aware, that is not a crime. I may have to recalibrate it again. Oops. I'm no assassin. I am a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguard sprang into action and the shots rang out. Oh goodness. It's not even aimed properly at me. Okay. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. Now, are you finally satisfied that I'm telling the truth? As if. Your story stinks. You don't scare me. The evidence is on our side, you know. Look. It's right there, plain as day. The assassin. And they're wearing a red raincoat. Intriguing. But that is not me. Oh, come on! Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. Tell me, Will. Do you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat today? I do, actually. But then, why does he seem so sure of himself? He knows something we don't. I happen to be wearing a red raincoat while watching a person speak. I'm inclined to press this one.
Hold it!
Why a raincoat? Why are you not using an umbrella? Is that so strange? It was a rainy morning. Most people were wearing a jacket of some kind. Well, I'd say it's a pretty strange choice, considering you couldn't get one of your arms into it. Better that than have one of my hands occupied by an umbrella. I had ice cream to serve, after all. Then why go to such lengths to avoid testifying to that effect in the first place? Forgive me. I simply hadn't remembered until now. It's been an eventful day, after all. Eventful? Well, I hardly know what else to call it, Mr. Edgeworth. The president of Zhongfa was shot at. It's true.
Hold it!
So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots?
Yes, if I recall correctly, they moved first. At least, the one on the left did.
You're rather observant, Mr. Doe.
I'm blessed with keen eyes.
The names of the bodyguards were written in the top left corner of the security plan. And the one on the left was Rook.
That's correct. Correct. Bastion Rook, I believe. I expect he noticed the light from a laser sight. The man is no amateur.
Mr. Doe knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard for my liking. But say our friend here is no amateur either.
I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony, if you don't mind. As you wish. Let's press this before I continue on.
So the bodyguard on the left was the first to move.
By the smallest fraction, yes. He reacted admirably swiftly. His name was Bastion Rook, did you say?
It appears you've assessed the situation quite astutely.
No more so than anybody else, I'm sure.
He's good. He didn't even flinch.
He's cool as ice cream. Except, hold on. I'm just gonna look at these. Nope. Oh, I like that. Stay frosty. And he's playing an ice cream seller. Wait a minute. I wonder if that's... This be it?
Objection!
Nope. Take a look at this.
Very well, if you could give me a moment.
Don't you have anything to say?
Nothing whatsoever.
I guess that wasn't it. I'll have to listen more closely.
It's when the spectators panic. Hold on. There's something I've missed, I think. And it gives me the chance to eat more of my chocolate.
Hold it!
So, you yourself didn't start running and screaming?
I was hardly in a position to. Oh yeah? And what position were you in? Sun salute? What kind of chocolate am I eating? Yeah, it's just a regular Cadbury milk chocolate block. My mum likes to get the big blocks, so I break off a few pieces. One of extreme pain. Somebody bumped right into my wounded arm hard. This was excruciating. I thought my eyes would pop out of my head.
Yeah? Well, they clearly didn't.
Of course they didn't, Kay. Do you know how many sets of muscles there are attached to the eyeball? It's shockingly hard to knock someone's eye out of their head. In any event, the shooter was wearing a red raincoat. We have photographic proof of that, and yet...
Mr. John Doe here swears it wasn't him.
The guy's lying through his teeth, I tell you!
Yeah, Cadbury is good.
I'm more of a... There's one chocolate brand we have. I don't know if anyone has it outside of Australia and New Zealand, but it's called Whittaker's. It's a brand of chocolate I really like. No one gets away with disrespecting Mr. Edgeworth, pal. Not on my watch.
Calm down, detective. We'll get the truth out of him by catching him in a lie.
Yeah. So let's keep at him. He'll let something slip soon enough.
Hold it!
I did.
Simple ice cream seller, but a knowledgeable one, I assume. On the subject of ice cream, at least.
But of course, ask me anything you wish.
I don't know the first thing about ice cream.
Edgeworth.
You know what the, most important thing about making ice cream is, of course?
Mr. Edgeworth?
I don't think this man's had a bowl of ice cream in his life.
Like this brand you found recently called Primo, with 2 E's. Haven't seen that one.
Why, the most important thing about making ice cream is to approach it with a virtuous heart.
Oh, that's smooth.
Smooth like ice cream.
And what does virtue have to do with anything?
Without proper reverence for the craft, I'm afraid all you'll ever make are sweetened crystals of ice.
So snow cones.
There, I hope that you now see.
I'm nothing more than an ice cream seller. Wait.
Oh, is this where we... Was it the thing? Because you had the laser light?
Objection!
No.
I guess that wasn't it. Is it because he knew the bullet trajectory?
Objection!
No. Wait, oh, shit!
Your testimony contradicts the evidence, Mr. Doe. Hold it. You do realize that valuable ice cream is melting while we have this conversation, Mr. Edgeworth.
Ice cream isn't what's important right now.
It's the inconsistency... the inconsistency in your statement is... Oh, Venti is the brand. Primo is just one of the flavors. Gotcha.
Sadly, I think the problem might lie in your own statements. I got it wrong?
don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for.
Hold it!
Don't press this statement. The bodyguard on the left was the first to move. Good to respond. Oh! Oh! It was supposed to be this. Okay, I think this is it?
Objection!
Finally.
I was looking over and I missed the bit. As I suspected, you are more than what you claim to be, Mr. Doe.
You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh? Then tell me how a simple ice cream seller knows one of the presidential bodyguard's names. Oh, was that not the... What?
You jest, surely. You were the one who spoke their names aloud. Rook and Knight, was it?
Objection!
We only know those names thanks to the security plan. Look closely. Only their surnames appear. Oh, I was right. For the wrong reason, I guess. Yes, we all clearly heard you say the name Bastion Rook. Oh, I missed that bit. How did you come to possess such information? Information we ourselves didn't have.
Seems pretty darn suspicious to me.
Well, how'd you know? Explain yourself. I forgot how good this track is.
It was merely a slip of the tongue. Another lie. He is the assassin, just like we said.
Come now, miss. It's a little soon to be... Come now, miss. It's a little soon to be jumping to such conclusions.
Ooh, the ice cream is steaming. He's mad. God, I love that! The stern face with the ice cream. It's so good! I did know their names, yes, and the reason for that is because, well, they were wearing name tags. I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted. We did high school basketball together.
What?
We have something of a connection. We ball sometimes on Saturdays. And his is a name I could never forget. You think we're stupid, pal? Stop lying. Why the fuck you lying? I'm not lying. I am, as I've always been, a simple ice cream seller. And an acquaintance of Bastion Rook. Yes.
Objection!
And I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm that. It should be easy enough for him to remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct?
Please, you're more than welcome to ask him. Although I think that might be difficult right now. I would imagine he's rather busy ensuring the President's safety. But suppose you are able to speak with him and he does deny that he and I are acquainted. How would that help you prove I was the shooter?
Objection!
If you weren't the shooter, why take off your raincoat?
course, it was no longer raining. In fact, it had grown quite warm. Far better to let my wound breathe, no? Or would you rather I had let it fester? Oh, please, don't give me gross things to think about while I'm trying to eat. Is he actually going to worm his way out of this? Hey, as long as he doesn't take forever. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Hurry up and arrest the man! He's clearly guilty. If I were you, he'd be in jail already. You might be willing to arrest a man without sufficient proof, but I am not. Get wrecked.
No! Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be something you can do. Shaw concedes here as the culprit seems all but certain to escape justice.
It seems the court of public opinion has spoken. Very well. As I will clearly be viewed with suspicion no matter what I say, I might as well share what I know.
What you know? What's his angle here?
I saw them. I saw another person wearing a red hood.
What?
Are you kidding? I mean, statistically, it's perfectly plausible. It's the person you captured in your photograph. I first noticed them just before the president's speech began. It was still raining then. Their outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. As did the laser beam that was aimed directly at the president's head.
He's claiming there was another red-hooded person.
Preposterous. I knew that if anyone saw me dressed similarly to this individual, I could fall under suspicion myself. And so naturally, I removed my raincoat.
Objection!
So not only did you see the assassin, but they were wearing exactly the same thing as you? How very convenient.
I thought you might find it far-fetched. Hence my not mentioning it until now. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You would never have believed me. Especially not if I had said that the shooter was standing right next to a certain prosecutor.
Well, I know you don't mean me. I wasn't even summoned until after the shooting.
No, not you, Mr. Edgeworth. Your colleague over there. Huh? Me? Yes. The photograph will prove it, I'm sure. There he is. You see, right there in front of the person with the red hood. That is me, yes, but I... What exactly are you saying?
What's his endgame here?
As I mentioned, I've been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Edgeworth. And while pondering the details, I noticed something strange.
Strange? What exactly?
Come now, a man of your talents should be more than capable of spotting a contradiction such as this.
I'm afraid I don't follow.
The picture shows the chief prosecutor, Mr. Payne. The chief prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter.
Mr. Payne is not the chief prosecutor. Thank goodness.
But there's nothing weird about that, is there?
Think carefully. The picture was taken right in the middle of the president's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence you've gathered is inconsistent with what we see here.
What is Mr. Doe talking about?
Which piece of evidence is inconsistent with what's in this picture?
The world if Payne was chief prosecutor. Hell on earth.
Wait, where was that picture?
Take that!
It's the other pictures. If I'm honest, I'm not entirely sure why, but I think the conflicting piece of evidence is this. Oh, I got it wrong again.
Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you really want to go around presenting stuff even if you're not sure?
I don't know if this is such a good idea, sir. Yeah, even Gumshoe is telling you, hey, hold up. Ah, fine. I withdraw the evidence. I think it's a little too late for that, don't you? No! It's never too late.
Yes. Is it this one?
Take that!
It's not that one.
Yep.
Hold on.
The tape?
Take that!
Oh! It was the tape.
Of course, the tape. It contradicts the photograph. Ah, so you have noticed at last.
What's he going on about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Someone's missing. Someone who should be here.
Oh. Huh? But who?
Who indeed? The person who's missing from this photograph is... Oh!
Take that!
It was Tabby. Huh?
Miss Lloyd?
Now I remember. Look, you can even see the inside of a parka's red. She said it was reversible earlier on. How do you figure that?
Mr. Payne's voice can clearly be heard on Miss Lloyd's tape. Considering that he was conducting a private conversation with the chief prosecutor...
Ah, there are the old, yeah.
I've lost it.
Oh, there was the two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole dark time.
She must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape.
You're right, but she's not in the picture.
Precisely. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you still believe that you've been hounding the right person? Ah. Miss Lloyd, would you mind answering a few questions?
Whoa. Y'all are fixing to put me under the microscope now? Alright, sure. Knock yourselves out. I got nothing to hide. It ain't like I was standing still the whole time. Nah, I was running all over, roving reporter style. And that was a big old crowd. I guess the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot, and the tape's from when I was in another. So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding.
There's no doubt about the voices on the tape. That was Mr. Payne and the chief prosecutor, I'm certain of it.
Tabby wouldn't lie to us. I know she wouldn't. We just met her today. We don't know nothing. But if she did, that would mean...
That she's our perp!
Will y'all quit messing with me? As if I could have done a thing like that. Little old bee.
Hey, I wouldn't put it past you. I might be inclined to believe you, if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency.
It does? I thought it was pretty good.
Seems I've no choice but to present her with the evidence and expose the contradiction.
Excuse me. Let's just press this, just to be sure.
Hold it!
So the fact that you're not in the picture is to be expected? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
It surely is. I caught your pals, the prosecutors, on tape while I was in one part of the crowd. And then that picture was snapped while I was off someplace else. Look at it that way, and it all makes perfect sense.
Your assertion then is that the picture and your recording were taken at different points in the speech.
Yep. Timing's everything. You'll learn that soon enough in this line of work.
So if I can prove that the two things did happen at the same time, her entire defense will come tumbling down.
Tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. One second.
Objection!
I got it.
Miss Lloyd, it's imperative for a reporter not to lie, wouldn't you say?
You're dang right it is, and I don't lie.
And yet, the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time.
What? You can't prove that.
Oh, but I can! The evidence is right here in these pictures. This one in particular shows something that lines up precisely with when you were making your recording. What part of the picture indicates that it must have been taken at the same time as Miss Lloyd's recording?
Which one do they want me to actually think? It's either this or the two old men.
Take that!
See here? The president has his fists raised.
Okay. And? What about it?
Would you be so kind as to play us the tape again?
See, it ain't that simple. Ah! Alan Nix! What? Important? What's important? Well, you gotta tell me. What is it? What? Ah!
Words can't bring me down! You're right. Thank you for the... Oh, who sings that song again? I can't remember. It's been such a long time since I've heard that song.
What if I were to tell you that you don't have a choice?
You don't make it easy, do you, Ruffles?
Remember, we are concerned with the moment the president raised his fist.
Ooh, bread emoji. No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law. I believe a certain philosopher said that last game. Oh, right. Oh, it was Christina Aguilera that sang that song. The president thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. There! There's the moment right there!
Correct. We've now confirmed when it occurred in the recording.
Which means Tabby should be in the picture too.
And she is, right there for all to see.
Christina Arugula. Oh, I love that.
Ah, 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 ah. Ow, 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 ow. No, ow, 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 ow. Eek. Ah. 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 I'm okay. Oh. I just felt a muscle in my neck suddenly cramp up something fierce. Ah. Ah. Ugh. Ouch. Ugh. That really hurt.
For Miss Lloyd is in fact the person with the red hood.
What? Eek.
So, you're a shooter, huh?
No, 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 no. Yeah. I don't even own a jacket like that.
That's right. From everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is...
It is John Doe's raincoat.
We have already proven that the raincoat belongs to Mr. Doe. You, Miss Lloyd, were wearing something else. Something that also happens to have a red hood.
Ah. I can still feel it. The after pain. Like... It's like right up at the base of like where the esophagus starts. Ah. Ugh. It's not a good feeling. Certainly.
So, there were two people with red hoods all along! Indeed. Mr. Doe's last statement was true.
That's right, I was about to adjust my my air conditioning. It's getting a little bit warm. Ugh. My poor throat hurts. Like, sometimes I get a thing where Actually, last week I had my calf do a similar thing, and it was very sore the next, like, that day and the day after.
Wait, but we only found one raincoat. Where's the other one?
Our ice cream seller never mentioned a raincoat, only a red hood. So, tell us about your jacket again, Miss Lloyd.
Huh? This whole thing? Well, the best thing about it, like I said, is if you get mud and such on it, it's reversible, see? So you just turn it inside out and... Hey!
Just as I thought.
Would have been nice to have a little picture. The inside of her hood, it's red!
Yep. That's right. And when the incident occurred, that's the side of the hood that was visible. What's going on here? What were you really up to, huh, pal?
Wait, I never even wore it that way round.
Perhaps if you would allow us to examine it, we could confirm that for ourselves.
And y'all are gonna confirm that how exactly?
It was raining right up until the president's speech, correct? That much has been established already. And as you yourself said,
I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine. It's my trusty parka every time.
if you hadn't reversed your parka since the rain, then the inside should be dry.
Oh, wait a sec now. I got this big old backpack on, see? So I can't take off my jacket. Yeah. Maybe I could show y'all some other time?
You'll think an excuse that week's gonna wash with Mr. Edgeworth?
No.
Well, what are you waiting for? If you're innocent, then take it off and show us. Don't take that out of context.
It wasn't me, I swear. I never shot the dang president. I could never.
If that's true, Miss Lloyd, then your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth.
Ow.
Is there a particular reason why you chose to wear a parka with a red hood here today?
I'm sorry, Ruffles. There's something I never told you. Something I couldn't. But I'll come clean, I promise. Just go easy on me now, you hear?
Hold it?
Who said that?
Who said that?
Who did say this? I don't remember. Hold your horses. It's a little soon for the end game. Oh. Man!
That goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move.
Yes.
That's one of the men from Case Photograph. Guess I better introduce myself.
Pistol!
Oh my god! I know who this is! It's Revolver Ocelot! The name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard. And second in command of his security detail. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Point that thing someplace else, pal. What the heck's wrong with you? Oh, you know this man's an American. Sorry, can't help myself. This is too much fun being this good. Oh boy.
This is gonna be interesting. You're not a member of law enforcement. So how did you get a gun? This old girl's on loan from Zhang Fa. Temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Anyway, never mind that. I got 2 tidbits of news for you. You want the good or the bad first? Choice is yours. I'm indifferent. Whichever you prefer. Really? You're giving up the first move advantage just like that? Whatever. Your loss. Guess I'll push out the first pawn then.
What is he doing?
So you play a little chess, I take it? Oh, fellow fan, are you, Mr. Red Suit? The name's Edgeworth, and you could say I dabble. Duly noted, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, I'll start with the good news. The president's okay. Didn't suffer so much as a scratch.
He didn't? Oh, that's a relief.
Particularly for the young lady here, that means there's no longer a murder charge on the table.
That is good news, huh, Tabby?
Yeah, 'cause I'd never...
Now for the bad news. The only reason the president's alive is because we bodyguards did our job. One of us did anyhow. Our boss. Put himself in the line of fire. You're referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook? Yeah. It's game over for him.
No way. Rook is dead? A genuine loss.
So, you're saying that Tabby...
Yeah. Your friend there killed my colleague. My brother in arms. My son of the Patriots.
Oh, heck no! I didn't do it! I didn't kill nobody! I could never!
I'd shut my mouth if I were you. Murderer.
Fellow Diamond Dog.
Sure, we did what we had to do. Sacrifice one of our pieces to protect the king. But to lose someone like him during a castling, it's a real shame.
God, I wish I knew anything about chess terms. Castling? What's that even mean?
It's a chess term.
Thank you, Edgeworth.
Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where a rook switches places with the king.
Oh, okay. I learnt something today. Then why didn't he just say so? Haven't you seen him, Edgeworth? He's just like that.
Mr. Knight, was it?
It would have been really funny if he didn't elaborate. Just, it's a chess term. Moving on.
Now what? We'll need to see the victim's body right away. And if possible, I'd like to ask the president a few questions. Sorry, no can do. And why not? That's the third piece of news, and it's the piece you're gonna like the least. I thought you said there were only 2. The National Police Force of Zhengfa will be handling things from here.
What? Oh, you better be kidding, pal.
This investigation was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over. You're the Edgeworth, right? The one who solved the Yadagarzu case? The president mentioned you. I'm honored to have warranted his attention. Makes sense that the chief prosecutor would assign this one to you. Wait, did the chief assign me to appease the president? But that was a mistake. A big one. You should have given the case to somebody with a spine.
Sir, you are one to talk.
You're free to take it up with President Wang. If you enjoy diplomatic incidents, that is.
Ah! Agaka!
You're coming with me. We'll continue this on the presidential plane.
No, no! I never did nothing, I swear!
We can do this the hard way if you like.
Good God.
But in Zhangfa, justice is served one way or the other.
Ruffles, come on! You gotta help me out here, please!
Miss Lloyd. She was the one in the red hood. There's no denying that now. But I can't help feeling we still don't know the whole truth behind this case.
I'm innocent. You gotta believe me.
Can I really let this happen? Is this really how it ends?
Sorry, I'm just taking in the visual right now. That is some character placement.
The look in her eyes, the crack in her voice as she begs me to help her. This is no act by a criminal.
He's not even aiming at her. I know.
She's genuinely scared.
No, well, I mean, I'm just Edgeworth is right between Mr. Knight's knees as well. Cross-eyed aim.
But if I let him take her, we'll never know what really happened.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Eek! What?
Huh? What the? Get your filthy hands off of...
Oh my! Quiet now. Is that really any way to greet me? Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed.
It's you.
Ah, so you do remember.
What do you think you're doing, pal?
Put the knife down and give it up. You got some nerve, pulling a stunt like this in front of a bunch of police officers.
Don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy.
Who are you really, Mr. Doe?
Let's...
This isn't a knife, it's an ice cream scoop. That's a spoon. Oh, so you've played Knifey Spoony before.
Let's just say that I'm no simple ice cream seller. Guy's a pro, a hitman. His name's Shelly the Killer.
Ah!
The Killer.
Shelly the Killer.
There's not a legal professional in the country who doesn't know that name. An assassin capable of taking down any target, any place, any time. This isn't the first time our paths have crossed.
So you should have recognized him by his shell insignia, Edgeworth.
It's been too long, Mr. Edgeworth. But of course, this is the first time we've met face to face. You're the assassin we've been looking for.
In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang.
I swear I've seen his picture in one of my old files before, but... Ah! How could I have been so careless?
Really? Yeah, seriously. My bandage proved useful for bringing a knife into the park undetected. Hey, Jake. Oh, yeah, actually. Damn, that is clever. But I miscalculated in certain other regards. He didn't bring a gun. Now, shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. The stakes must be high in order for it to be fun, of course. Shall we just say your life?
What do you want from me?
I would like for you to allow Mr. Edgeworth to remain in charge of the case.
He what? What are you up to, the killer?
I would simply like our mutual friend to see things through to their conclusion. Huh? But why? Bastion Rook was a man of great skill, one with whom I felt a certain connection. As I said, we would go basketballing on weekends. It is only right that the truth behind his death be brought to light. With Mr. Rook's departure, the case is now yours to investigate, is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking you to transfer that authority to Mr. Edgeworth. It's not something worth losing your life over, surely.
You're just using the investigation as an excuse to get close to the president.
Am I really? Okay. I suppose it is true that in order for the investigation to proceed, we will need to enter the presidential plane.
You think I'm gonna let you near him? I'm his chief bodyguard.
Are you? And here, I thought you were only second in command.
Rook's not around. That means I'm number one.
No. You know who's number one? Witty Smurgan Jaegerman Jensen. He was number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes.
Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me!
If that is indeed the case, then I would ask that you make a choice worthy of a leader. Will you needlessly throw away your life, or will you allow the investigation to continue?
Is he really doing this to gain access to the president?
Does he even need to? What is he plotting? You have no objections, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth. Come, let us continue the investigation.
What do we do, sir? It would seem we have little choice but to do as we're told. That said, listen, detective, and listen well. I'll buy us some time as I investigate. Meanwhile, you gather the other officers. Have them surround the plane and make absolutely certain there is no way he can escape. Yes, sir. You got it.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. To be continued. My theory is that Shelley had a crush on Rook and now he wants to get revenge on whoever killed his man crush. Hey, weirder things have happened. Down there. Ladder, a new development. Ooh. I'm thinking. Because my throat is still feeling a bit funny, but I just need a second to take a sip, because I haven't done that in a minute. Ah. I will keep going. It doesn't take me much actually to rest myself.
With the death of Bastion Rook and the revelation that Shelley the Killer was in our midst, the case had taken a turn we could have never predicted. Mr. Knight ordered that the door to the presidential plane be opened, and the emergency personnel attending to Mr. Rook's body were asked to leave. With the scene cleared, we stepped cautiously aboard.
I would have just felt weird if I ended stream right here. On a cliffhanger like this. Because I'm pretty sure this is the other half. It shouldn't take me too long to actually finish this. 4:15 p.m. Zhangfa Presidential Plane. No president in sight. Now, where could he be?
Who knows?
Ah, so he's hiding behind the bulkhead door over there, is he? As courageous in the face of danger as ever.
Sorry to disappoint, but did you seriously expect him to be standing here waiting to meet his assassin?
Ah, it's not an assassination until the king is president's first. Yeah. It's not an assassination until after the fact. As we've already established, my interest lies only in the successful conclusion of this investigation. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you'd be so kind as to examine the body. All right. My only option right now is to play along. The rest is up to you, Detective Gumshoe.
So, the attempted assassination of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard.
You look like you could use a little help here, Mr. Edgeworth.
Not that I need it, but yes.
That's what I thought. Then there's nothing else for it. Hey, Faraday, great thief extraordinaire, we'll just have to take it from here.
Oh, really? You mean you're going to solve the case for me?
Nope!
I thought not.
But I will provide vital assistance. Now, let's get to scouring this crime scene from top to bottom.
It will take Detective Gumshoe a while to assemble our backup, so I'll need to draw this part of the investigation out for as long as possible.
Yeah, alright. Let's look. What's this?
2 gas masks, in case of a poison gas attack, I suppose. The president certainly seems to think he's at risk of assassination at all times.
Wow, gas masks! I've never seen one before. I've heard plenty about them, of course.
Oh? From a fellow thief, I presume?
No, from the Gem and Ninja. You know, my favorite kids' TV show? Princess Murasaki was getting married, but toxic ninja Wolfsbane showed up to lay down some sick burns.
Yeah, tell me more. And time to tune out. Might save myself a brain cell or two.
What's over here?
Someone has left an inflatable boat and an oar here. Probably so it's ready to go at any time.
Wait, but there's only one oar.
You can still row with one oar, you know.
Oh. That felt short.
It's a solid circular life preserver designed to be used in case of an emergency on the water. Or rather, the sea, to be more precise.
Ooh, the sea! I love the sea! We should go sometime!
Sorry, but you'll have to make that particular trip without me.
Aw, don't be like that. Come on, it'll be fun! We can have lobster rolls, ice cream, all that good stuff!
Something tells me the sea isn't the main attraction for you, is it?
Yarr.
A riot shield. And next to it, a canary in a cage.
Aw, she's so sweet! I want one!
What?
You're pissed? How pissed? Do you mean you're angry? Or do you mean you're drunk? Which one is it? You can't see your forehead. What do you mean?
Are you trying to look in a mirror?
What? You can't see your forehead. Usually. Did you ever see a cuter partner in crime?
Partner in crime?
Well, yeah, she can help me with lockpicking, stuff like that. She's just...
Oh, you're trying to see your forehead without the mirror.
Good luck. It's pretty tricky. A great thief has no greater ally... A great thief has no greater ally than nature, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sadly, such birds are most commonly used for detecting poisonous gases.
True.
Wait, this one isn't actually for that, is it?
I found out something about when people used to use canaries in coal mines to detect toxic gases. Is that they also invented a special like ventilation box, not a box, but like a container for the bird that would actually ventilate the box so that they could save the bird and not like lose the bird every time. Because canaries are really cute birds. With a beautiful bird song. Like, can you imagine losing that many birds?
I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
What are these? Beans?
These personal safety alarms are very colourful. Looks like they get a lot of use as well.
My second guess was Easter eggs.
I like the president. He seems like a thoughtful guy. Buying these for his kids? Maybe his wife, too.
Why would they all be here if that was the case? No, these are for his own personal use.
Objection, Your Honor! It is simply not possible for one person to use this many personal alarms. Why, you ask? Because he is human and therefore possesses only 2 hands.
"20 hands wouldn't be enough to count the number of objections I have to that objection."
BDGD. Brian David Gilbert Dilbert.
That looks heavy. So this is what a president wears, huh? Must be made of something super special.
Yes, to protect him from bullets.
What? So it's not just for show?
Of course not. This is a bulletproof vest.
Oh, so that's what one of those looks like. Why didn't you just say so? Now I feel silly.
Documents of some kind.
We could always steal the glance. Huh?
Another security plan.
Let's see. Also covered in case of amphibious assault. President's safety is paramount. Spectator area should be covered at all times. Ah, this is the first half of the plan. Oh yeah, like the one from the trash can.
Precisely. But wait, something feels off.
Yes.
Eureka! The two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point?
Huh? Oh, you're right.
Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders. Why the urgency? Because of what happened the day before. The killer here tried to take him down. He infiltrated the security detail, posed as one of us. Rook figured it out first, but not before the guy got within striking distance of the president.
Ugh! Oh my god!
If our leader hadn't stepped in just then, we'd have all been out of a job. Oh my god! Oh, I love this. This is so good. But he made it, and our friend here wound up with a seriously twisted arm. Rook put a bullet in it for good measure, too. Waha!
That explains that. And where were you while this was happening? He was being choked out. Didn't you see the flashback?
You were the first one I overpowered, were you not?
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Shut up, kid. Now I get it. Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. It's you. Busted up my neck so bad, I can't even look to my right.
Ah.
I was somewhat astonished to have sustained an injury at all. A testament to Mr. Rook's skill. He was truly a master of his craft. Unlike a certain other someone I could mention. I'm just as good as he ever was. You were a pawn to his queen, my young friend. Ooh! Ooh! That's gotta hurt. What the heck do you know? So that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name. You admired his skills as a bodyguard. Indeed. While I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all the operatives.
Yeah, I spat a little.
But his in particular stayed with me. It was true love. It joined the very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me. I knew right then and there. So that's the connection he was talking about. It was a crush! I knew it! We knew it all along! And that's why we changed up the security plan. Had to be sure there weren't any more assassins in the ranks. You called it, Quibsby. The president didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust. And he only trusts two people. Me and Rook.
Security plan data updated in the organizer.
How does that explain your change of position?
Oh yeah, he switched over to the right-hand side.
I told you I can't turn my neck to the right. Could only cover the president's left side.
Like Zoolander. He couldn't make a... Was it a right turn?
It's been such a long time since I watched that movie. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage.
Wow, that was a lot from a set of files. I'll be back. I just gotta do a thing. I'll be back. Here we are. I am back. I took a moment to stretch my legs and have a short little talkie with my birds. Thank you. Now, back where we were. What is this?
Curious figure of a curious animal with a curious expression is staring straight at me.
Oh, where did I put it? There it is. Yeah. I almost forgot where I left my controller. And look! There's a big lever right by its butt!
Don't even think about it.
Oh? Oh? I wasn't thinking anything, I swear! Oh, is that like an emergency thingy?
I imagine that lever opens the panels beneath my feet. I see. Oh, excuse me. So he's standing on a trapdoor. I strongly advise you not to pull it. Do so and you will regret it. You know, I'm okay with taking some advice. Especially when it's from a professional killer.
Yep. Got a breathing mask. Is that everything? It is. At least in this section. We've got thingies over here.
It's a bank of monitors displaying camera feeds from in and around the plane. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
We've got TV snow.
These monitors are displaying the cockpit and parts of the plane's exterior. But I don't see anything out of the ordinary. This monitor is displaying a feed of this very room.
They didn't go cheap when they bought these, huh? Very high res.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't quite tell myself, but...
I can even see the little crow's feet around your eyes. Oh, my bad. They're just the usual deeply etched lines. You know, on your forehead.
If you've quite finished...
What's this?
What on earth is this?
Oh, that? It's the president's favorite plushie.
It's a memento of... something. Anyway, don't touch. But if that's the case, then why has it been...
Left up there like nobody cares about it? Yeah, that is pretty weird.
It certainly wouldn't be the first place I would think to display a beloved item. Wait, are those shards of glass underneath? I thought something seemed strange about this cubbyhole, but now I'm sure of it. There was almost certainly another monitor here.
Nah, I do remember getting stuck on this bit. I think it was because I had forgotten to inspect all of the monitors that I could.
That's the outside of the plane. Most intruders could not hope to approach without being spotted. But such measures would be mere child's play in my case.
Whoa! You're saying you can get past cameras like these without being seen?
Of course, with ease.
You have to teach me how, please? Are you taking on apprentices by any chance?
Kay, you do realize who you're talking to, don't you?
Sorry. Had to ask, though. What a great skill for a great thief to know!
Unfortunately for you, I'm not the type to take on understudies.
You don't say. You're not, huh? Shame.
Shame? In what way exactly?
It was I. Yeah, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. That one, that one. Okay. Let's talk to Nicole. Oh. You're not. Wait. Shit. Who's Nicole, you might be wondering. That was Tabby's old name. But also this is neither Nicole nor Tabby.
So, there were 2 red-hooded assassins.
Well, I don't know if we can say that with any certainty just yet.
But Mr. the Killer is a professional assassin, right? And Tabby was pointing a laser right at the laser sight at the president. I give up. This one's a real mind-bender.
If the truth cannot be discerned, it's because something is obscuring it. Also, she wasn't pointing a laser sight at the president.
Oh, I gotcha. So if we can swipe that something, the next treasure we bag will be the truth.
Yes, I suppose you could put it that way. There's a wide selection of protective equipment here. Bulletproof vests, hazmat gear.
No way! There's even a spacesuit!
I get the sense that the president thinks he's very much in need of protection at all costs.
But what if he was in a gunfight and there was poison gas everywhere? And he was in space! What would he do then, huh?
Then he'd simply put on the bulletproof vest, the hazmat gear, and the spacesuit.
That's probably easier said than done.
There we are. Now we can talk to Tabby.
Ah, the music's sad. I didn't do it. I'm a reporter. I bag scoops, not souls.
But then why lie about your jacket and the laser sight?
That was... I just... knew y'all would think it was fishy.
Is that really all it was?
Please, you gotta believe me. I could never do something like this.
I'd like to tell you everything will be alright, but... just try not to worry too much. If you really are innocent, I'll prove it, one way or another.
Thanks, Chief. I believe in you.
How many times must I tell you I am not your chief?
Oh, sorry, Ruffles. Clean forgot you were Chief number 2.
That's not what I meant. Ah.
Nah. Alright. Ooh, door.
The president is on the other side of this door.
And what a door it is! But I could get the better of it, though.
Get the better of it. Doors are not there to be beaten.
But look how heavy it is! Look at that lock. It's just sitting there begging me to try it.
Calm down, Kay, and think. Why might this door be locked?
For me to open it, of course.
Precisely. For you to open it, of course. Wait, what is the right answer anyway? Edgeworth! Can't believe that.
No, I can't look at that. Alright, let's look at this body.
I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
Oh, there's a lot of blood. Start with that.
The bullet seems to have entered just under his armpit and went clean through his body.
Oh.
He was hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover.
Like it was on purpose or something, huh?
The cause of death would appear to be loss of blood. But Attempts were made to stanch it, but to no avail.
Stanch?
Isn't the word staunch with a U?
Hold on.
I'm gonna look this up.
And while I look this up, I'll tell you a fun fact about Rook and Knight. Rook's name in the fan translation was Ethan Rook, I believe, instead of Bastion. I like Bastion though. It's a lot more on the nose and obvious. And Bronco Knight was Horace Knightley. I just think Bronco's a cooler name. Let's see. Stanch. Oh, okay.
It is synonymous with staunch.
It's not a typo this time. I'm impressed. The medics must have been brought in to try and save him.
Sadly, it was too little too late. It's a trapdoor connected to the lever on that curious figure.
Well, it wasn't this game that had typos, it was the first one. This is number 2. And so far I've only seen one typo. In this one at least. I should hope that given the second game has a much more recent localization, that the skill... Yes. We finished the first one last week, yes. We did. You forgore. What was it? Yeah, this one has the much newer and shinier translation I should expect. Because, it's really funny. They tried to fix one typo in, Turnabout Airline. But, it's still a typo, just in a different way. If someone were to open it, everyone would fall through. Mr. Rook, Mr. the Killer.
Don't even think about it.
I wasn't. I mean, I wouldn't dream of thinking up ways to take you down.
Might I suggest you keep your monologues internal?
It's got that leggy.
It's the victim, Mr. Bastion Rook, bodyguard to the president of Zhengfa.
He's one of the guys that brought the president inside as soon as the shooting started. The shooting.
Which means he continued to do his duty right up until his dying breath.
At least, he'll get posthumously promoted?
Okay, it's better to know when to say nothing at all than to end up with your foot in your mouth.
What do you mean?
I mean, bodyguards don't even operate on the same rank promotion system as the police in the first place. Oh? Wait, what? I thought I saw the tick disappear, but I guess I was mistaken.
Gun.
So, the victim was also carrying a revolver.
It looks like he was trying to use it.
He probably drew it on instinct when he felt threatened. His finger is on the trigger. We should check to see if he managed to fire any rounds off. All there. And no other signs of the weapon having been used. Was this one on loan from Zhengfa as well?
Yep, sure was. We're always issued with the same model of gun.
Revolver. It's a bulletproof attaché case. Bodyguards use them to shield their clients from gunfire. There were some in Kay's photograph too. Looks like Rook and Knight each had one. Yep. Oh, hey, that's the photo I snatched.
You can hardly steal a photo at a public event, Kay.
But I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take, you know.
I take it snatch is your new favorite word? Is it now?
Maybe?
Does she know? Do you think Kay knows? I don't think she knows. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it.
Alright, we've looked at the body. Hey, let's talk.
I have high hopes for your investigation. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you.
A mutual understanding, yes.
Things are progressing well, I hope. There's no need to worry. Things are progressing just fine. Remember, I absolutely despise betrayals of all kinds.
Yes. We've seen this before.
Yes, I know.
Indeed you do.
So please, do take care not to double-cross me, accidentally or otherwise. I really have no choice but to do as he says for now.
Assassination attempt.
Can't believe I let an assassin onto the president's plane! You know very well it was for the good of the investigation, Mr. Knight. Don't give me that. I know what you really want. You do indeed. Because, you heard me say it already, I wish to know the truth behind Mr. Rook's death. But you did also say you were asked to assassinate the president by a certain someone? You seem to have forgotten that there are more pressing matters at hand. I don't often carry out unpaid work, but it's not entirely unheard of. Oh, fine. I'll get back to the investigation. Good. I'm expecting great things from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What can we present? Take a look at this badge.
I must admit I have never seen one of these up close. It's akin to a license, correct? I too!
No way! You have a license to kill? On DVD? Blu-ray?
No, but if I must spell it out for you.
Nope, all good, thanks. You can keep that little nugget of truth locked up nice and tight to your heart, okay?
So even a great thief's bravado quickly crumbles in the face of an assassin.
Amazing. Ooh, he's thinking.
I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would like to talk business, we can do so later in private. What? What's that supposed to mean? What? You really think that's the key to cracking this case? It may not seem it, Mr. Knight, but Mr. Edgeworth has his methods.
Oh, I'm glad the killer believes in us.
His reasons for presenting such an item are myriad, I'm sure. Yes, precisely. I won't be getting away with that too many times.
Okay, that's a nothing. That's a nothing. Security plan?
Huh? Where'd you get that? This is today's security plan for the president's speech, correct? Yeah, that's right. There's me, and there's Rook. Should have been me standing there, not him. I can't help but feel that he has some unresolved issues when it comes to Mr. Rook.
Such a frightfully blunt instrument. No knowledge or skill required. Sir, that's a piercing weapon, not a blunt weapon. But whoops, I pressed the skip button. Oh. The use of such a tool speaks to a fundamental lack of reverence for the craft, wouldn't you say? You're telling me there's a level of reverence involved when choosing a murder weapon? Indeed I am, Mr. Edgeworth.
You wouldn't agree?
Oh, excuse me. Weapon's a weapon. Well, I totally agree, and so does he. Now say sorry, Mr. Edgeworth.
But what is there even to apologize for?
What else? Raincoat! This single piece of evidence was all it took for you to track me down. You really are as good as they say.
I still don't get why you hid it under the samurai dog stand.
As I said, I did not wish to be mistaken for the shooter. The shooter you identified by means of a different jacket entirely. Or do you doubt your own logical conclusions?
I have to admit, there are no lies to be detected in his words.
What it is? Oh, nothing. Crime scene notes.
I bet not even Rook saw it coming. Excuse me. And who could blame him? A guy like that getting killed by some minor league hack?
Quiet, please.
You...
Now, Mr. Edgeworth, continue with your investigation.
Right. What is he hoping to achieve here?
Attaché case. That's nothing. Okay. Okie dokie. We've had a look at everything, I think. Let's deduce. Let's see. The bulletproof vest. Oh, we have a assassination attempt. Rook's gun hasn't been used. 6-shot revolver, not easy to acquire in this country. It's practically it's almost, I imagine it's the exact same model even. Bullet-through body. Next position. Let's see if this. This? This!
The two guns are exactly the same. Meaning it's likely that the one we found is also from Zhengfa. Ah!
The bodyguards all got their guns from the Zhengfa authorities, right?
Yes.
Are they like super rare or anything?
No, I don't believe so. This model isn't exactly easy to come by in this country, but it's certainly not impossible either.
I'm just gonna let that pass.
Ooh! And here I thought they might be valuable treasures.
Yes, it is something of a shame.
Whoa! I just mentioned treasures and you actually responded for once.
I only mean to point out that if the guns were rarer, it would be much easier to trace them. Which would have made them treasures of the evidence variety, I suppose.
See?
Oh, excuse me.
Everything's a treasure hunt one way or another, including this investigation.
You could say that.
Alright then, it's treasure hunting time. On with the investigation.
She certainly seems a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden.
Wait, did I show them the other gun?
I showed them that one. Or... wait, what?
If I thingy it now... Oh, nothing new. Dang it. I thought I was onto something. I guess I need to do more deducing. Let's see, bullet through the body, and we have a bulletproof vest with a bullet lodged in it. That seems reasonable enough.
Two bullets were fired in total. We know this because two shots were heard. One travelled through the flag and into the balloon. The other took Mr. Rook's life.
But there's a bullet in the president's vest too, right? How is that possible?
Oh, indeed. The numbers don't add up. However, there is one possible explanation.
There is?
After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. In other words, two of our bullets were in fact one.
No way!
He's right. If the president hadn't been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse.
Okay. And he wasn't injured at all by the impact? Even when obstructed by a vest, the bullet can inflict serious damage.
Sure. I've known guys who got broken bones that way.
And internal bruising, certainly.
But the president's okay. He's made of strong stuff.
Sounds like he didn't even need a vest.
Let's not get carried away there. I want that bullet's ballistic markings analyzed.
Remind me what those are again?
Guns leave a unique pattern of grooves on every bullet they fire. By examining these grooves, we can use them to identify which gun it came from. Think of them as fingerprints of a sort.
You could tell all that from a bullet? Then what are we waiting for? Analyze away!
Might be easier said than done. That bullet hit solid armor. The impact will have completely flattened it. You'll be lucky if there's anything left for forensics to find.
What? But I was all set for some analyzing. I had Emma on speed dial.
That's quite enough investigating for now.
What is taking so long, Detective Gumshoe?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, have you solved the case?
No, not yet.
Is that so? Then perhaps interviewing another key witness might help you to do so.
No? Who did you have in mind?
Another witness? Who?
You don't mean...
The most important witness of all. The man on the other side of that door. Pay no attention to the man on the other side of that door! He really intends to have me question the president. Now, if you'd be so kind as to summon him, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop right there, the killer. You're nuts if you think I'd let him anywhere near you.
Well, Mr. President, I'm sure you're watching us through your security feed, aren't you? In which case, I politely request that you show yourself. That is, if you value your bodyguard's life.
Yeah.
Well then, if nothing else, we now know what kind of a man you really are.
Mr. President! Stop. You can't do this. Let's all just calm down, alright? Come on, detective. Where the blazes are you?
Oh.
The lights. What's happening?
Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth. I would advise you to stay very still. It seems I'll not be granted my audience with the President after all. Even with Mr. Knight's life as my bargaining chip.
No. Stop! Ah! Kay! You won't get away with this, the killer.
I've seen enough, and now I know the truth.
Where are you? Where'd you go? Ah!
Damn. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Damn. That's such a cool picture. All of the illustrations of the killer have just been so cool. Worth. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe. Sir! Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Blah. Oh my god, he's dead! Oh, look at him. Gumshoe on his hands and knees. Oh god, I love it.
I must have been knocked unconscious.
Edgeworth really needs to see a doctor about that. That's a... What is that? Head wound number 3? Within the span of, like, 2 weeks? Dude! That's dangerous!
Sir, you're okay!
Are you alright, Mr. Edgeworth?
Never mind me. He didn't hurt you, did he, Kay?
Nah, I'm fine. Only just woke up myself. My head will be sore for a while, but that's about it. So, you can stop worrying. You should see a doctor too!
Detective, did you manage to stop the killer?
We'll see. Miss Lloyd came running out of the plane and she told us he'd flown the coop. We were too late. I'm sorry, sir. Bodyguard over there told us something too. Seems there's an inflatable boat missing from by the window. Oh, he took the boat, did he? The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake.
What about the cordon around the park? I called everybody back in to stake out the plane, including the guy stationed across the water. No. So he's completely slipped through our fingers? Not the best look for the department, but, yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight, you're alive. Yeah, no thanks to that murderer. Oh, that reminds me. I found this lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it? Is it ice cream?
A calling card marked with a seashell.
God damn it.
Guess he wanted to leave us a message. The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims. But you're not dead, sir. But I could have been. Maybe that's the message.
You should still see the emergency room.
I can't stop thinking about his parting words.
I've seen enough and I know the truth. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth.
Now I know the truth. The truth about what? Roger that. I'll clear out here, sir. Over. What's going on? That was the president. He's coming out.
No crap. Now? Good for him. I'm proud. God, the man is all muscle.
So he's the president of Zhongfa, Mr. Oh god. Dijun Wang.
Wang Dijun.
And you are? It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm Dijun Wang.
I don't know if there's meant to be a... They just put Wang in his name for the dialogue? No, because Wang is literally the name... It means king in Mandarin. That's it. Where's the issue here? Yeah. It's true, yeah. You've learnt something today.
Your efforts on behalf of Zhongfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. You must be referring to the Yatagarasu case. Thank you, sir, but all I did was solve a few local cases of murder. You're too humble. I've been observing your investigation. You are an impressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth. Even if the killer did get away. That's very kind of you to say. So he was watching through the security feed. Sadly, I must inform you that this is as far as your investigation goes.
Really?
What do you mean?
Is this guy even human? Look at him. His ears are pointed.
Oh, that's his pointer finger. Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall say this only once.
Though I'm sure many edits have been done.
Knight has appraised me of the state of affairs. And from this point forward, the case will be handled by Zhongfa's police force. The finest in the world. Even with the killer out of the picture, they're still looking to get me thrown off the case.
What do you think you're doing, pal? Nobody talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. If it hadn't have been for him, the killer would have...
Detective! Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. I fail to see how or why this case falls within Zhang Fa's jurisdiction. You fail to see? Enough, puny prosecutor! You seek explanations from a head of state? I say no! 1,000 times no! I will not explain myself to you. Now hand over the evidence you've gathered, and remove yourselves from this plane. I'd do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth. Ah! This can't really be the end of the line, can it?
Case evidence handed to Mr. Knight. Oh no.
Why? Why let us come so far only to pull the case out from under us?
In the end, did it really even matter?
Now you may leave. Knight, detain the suspect. Yes, sir, right away.
Oh, I won't lie. President Wang does live up to his name a bit.
To make an attempt on my life, to murder one of my faithful servants, the effrontery, the villainy!
I didn't murder nobody. 'Cause I...
Shut your mouth, Miss Journalist. Answer me this. In a world already lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and iniquity, can we stand by and suffer yet another crime to go unpunished? I say no! 1,000 times no! There can be no forgiveness. There can be no surrender. Why, you ask me? Then I will tell you. He's hiding something, I'm certain of it. And if I leave now, we'll never know the truth.
I don't remember how the fan translation did his speech, honestly.
Oh yeah, the spread is amazing. Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
He's just monologuing over there. Mr. Edgeworth, there's gotta be something we can do.
Think, Miles. Remember. How many times have you faced situations like this in the courtroom? You've confronted the lies of witnesses, and countered the arguments of other lawyers. Has the critical evidence always been laid at your feet? No. And yet, you always got to the truth of the situation in the end?
I think he's supposed to be thinking.
Your greatest weapon of all. Your words.
But like, did they just forget to put the blue format on? Oh yeah! Mind chess!
Now, let us analyze the state of play. Cass, we gotta... Begone, puny prosecutor! Or do you dare defy the direct order of a president? He's not going to listen. He clearly means to drown out any objection by means of pure rhetorical force. When an opponent is on the offensive, the best thing I can do is bide my time and wait for an opening. As he said himself, he's a head of state, a seasoned politician. He won't open himself up to attack easily. I can't let him bully me into submission. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find my moment. My first aim should be to find out why he insists on Zhang Fa taking over the case. The board is set. Time to make my opening gambit.
Mind checks.
Explain to me why I'm off the case. Could you at least explain to me why I'm off the case?
Imbecile! Cease your insolent jabbering! I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they're none of your concern.
If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Let me try another tack for now. Oh, of course, yep. Sometimes they want you to do another thing before... Whoa!
Please, about the case. Did I give you permission to speak? No! 1,000 times no! I am the leader of Zhangfa. I have no time for your insolent backchat.
I was simply hoping to confirm one basic fact. You say the investigation will now be assigned to your national police force?
I do. Now enough of your pointless questions.
See what happens if I bide my time again. 'Cause he seems angry.
Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Zhangfa. You have no rights here.
Also, please don't call him a good boy again. That is weird.
Is that so? Could it be that our current location itself is significant somehow?
I should keep that in mind. It could be a useful clue. Could you at least explain to me why I'm off the case?
Cease your insolent jabbering. I need not explain myself to you.
Oops. Perhaps it's time to employ that clue. In the course of our conversation, I've deduced certain facts from your behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive when discussing our current location.
What the? You smarmy smart aleck.
As you said yourself, the presidential plane is the sovereign territory of Zhangfa. And from that, we can infer that you believe the rules of extraterritoriality apply inside here. Is that correct? Ooh, he's sweating.
Enough! Cease your objectionable whining.
Are things getting too hot for you? Let's bide our time.
If you have nothing else to say, then stop wasting my time and get out of my sight!
Oopsie!
Maybe there is such a thing as biding my time too much.
Yes. Making a wrong move will give me a time penalty.
I have to stay calm and alert.
Okay, I'm gonna do this again. Need not explain myself to you. They related to your current location. I have deduced certain things about our location. Okay. Are things getting too hot for you? Ah, there we go. You can rant and roar all you like, but you won't escape my scrutiny. It was unmistakable. The moment I mentioned extraterritoriality, you became visibly agitated. Oh?
You think you're clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It's true. Extraterritoriality applies. Your laws mean nothing here. And why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means you are powerless. You have neither influence nor authority here. You have no power here.
Interesting. So, the extraterritoriality issue does have something to do with all this. Not again. Let's dig a little deeper into the claim that the plane is sovereign territory, shall we? This next move will surely decide the victor. He may be president, but nobody is untouchable. I just have to find the right angle of attack. You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it?
Do you even understand what you're asking?
Of course. If I didn't, I wouldn't ask.
Have you no shame? Calling into question the good word of one such as myself?
I have nothing to be ashamed of. You must have realized by now what a massive corner you've talked yourself into.
Worthless, meaningless bluster. Some pathetic ploy to buy time, perhaps?
Ah, maybe that was a little pathetic to chime in like that here. Okay. Okay. I should bide my time here.
I have no more time for this. You clearly cannot be saved from your own foolishness.
You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, the woman who's being wrongfully accused of this crime.
Your chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Zhangfa!
Thank you. I'll be here all week. If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Nah, bro, this is mind chess. You're right. You've overplayed your hand. Surely you see you've overplayed your hand.
Nobody asked for your opinion. You need only obey me, nothing else.
You really think I'll obey you?
You dare tell me how to govern, how to lead? You dare contradict me?
On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt? Yes, I do.
No, she is guilty. She's the culprit. There is nothing left to debate.
Yes, of course she's the culprit. Well, I still have plenty to say. It's bide my time, actually.
Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There is no other viable suspect.
Fascinating. So he's claiming that Miss Lloyd fired at him from outside the plane. This could be a vital clue? Yes. You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it? If I didn't know what I was asking. Bide my time.
This is Zhangfa!
Yay. Time to deploy my clue. She fired at you from outside the plane? I may not be able to call the extraterritoriality of the presidential plane into doubt. However, according to you, she shot at you from outside the aircraft, correct? In which case, extraterritoriality couldn't possibly apply in this case. Your assertion is entirely without merit, and the detainment of Miss Lloyd cannot be justified.
Ah! How could I have? Bested by a mere prosecutor? But I'm the president! The president!
Checkmate. Checkmate! I trust you won't mind if we continue our investigation now, Mr. President.
I hereby officially and unreservedly confirm my approval. Consider it a gesture of the magnanimity and generosity for which my good office is known. Yes, for without noble acts such as these, unmistakably and irrefutably, for which reason we hereby there can be no other outcome, for our goals are lofty and harsh. People of Zhangfa, I swear to you here and now, this investigation will continue.
Oh, that when he could have just said, okay, you got me.
Mr. Knight, if you would care to return the evidence. Take it.
Case evidence retrieved. Woohoo! Oopsie. We did it, Mr. Edgeworth! We're back on the case!
We sure did. And now the investigation can continue.
Whatever. Enjoy your pocket full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them into play. Then you'll definitely enjoy my next move. Mr. President, one more favor, if you'd be so kind. What is it? Would you please give us your testimony concerning the incident itself? Now you want me to testify? Whoa, whoa. Whoa! Whoa. That's your next move? If you want the president to testify, you'll have to take him to court.
You know what I just realized? The handshake badges that Knight and Rook are wearing look like the hand gesture that President Wang uses. All in good time, Mr. Knight. He'll get his day in court soon enough. But if a person of interest refuses to cooperate at the investigative stage of the process, they are obliged to provide detailed justification as to their reasons for doing so.
That's...
Oh, excuse me.
What's the matter?
Is there something you'd rather we didn't know? Don't tell me the president was in there just straight up jorking it. And by it, I mean... his presidential peanuts? Peepnits.
Stand down, Knight. I'll do as the prosecutor asks.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Now listen, and listen well.
I've made myself lightheaded again. President Wang's testimony.
Where was I when the incident occurred? The stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. And then, bang! A shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby.
Red?
Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then, the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing.
I guess if you look at it in one way, the president is also a victim here.
Yes, the victim of an attempted assassination. Rook was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
That makes it even weirder. Why would the target of a crime try to obstruct the investigation?
My guess is that there's something behind all this that he doesn't want made public.
A cover-up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye.
And the President isn't the only one who knows the truth. Isn't that right, Mr. Knight? Time to get to the bottom of this once and for all.
As and the incident occurred, he was on the stage, of course. This is true. Broken Knight jumped in front of me.
Hold it!
Let's ask about this.
When they stepped in to protect you, were you aware of the fact that you were being targeted?
Was I aware of that? No! I was aware of my audience, nothing else. When I step up to the podium, I enter another world entirely. A place of rapture, a place beyond words. Yeah, I think that's called stage fright. I bet you were like a deer in headlights. No, 1,000 times no. I remember every second. Each moment is indelibly etched in my memory. When Rockin' Knight stepped in, I was shocked, overwhelmed, taken aback. Then bang, a shot rang out and a plain unblemished balloon of red exploded.
About that red balloon. Was it one of 99?
Are you trying to test me, Mr. Prosecutor?
No, Mr. President. I simply wish to confirm what you remember.
Very well. There were two very large, very round balloons, one on either side of the stage. Their deep crimson hue stood stark against the sky, just as the security plan said they would.
The same security plan we found in the trash can, I assume.
Rockin' Knight leapt to my aid just before the balloon exploded.
Oh. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. Just one moment, I'm gonna look at something. I can look at the. Oh, yep. Mm-hmm. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane.
Hold it!
You said they tried to escort you back onto the plane.
Yes, that is exactly what I said. They threw open their attaché cases.
That must be the moment Kay captured on camera.
And immediately moved to help me back onto the aircraft. And then, the second shot.
Hold it!
Do you know where that second bullet went?
Is this how you treat a foreign dignitary? Or do you really think such needling questions necessary?
Whoa. What's he so upset about?
Must you insist on going over the same details again and again? Even my patience has its limits. You know full well where it went.
Mm-hmm. We know this much. Balloon of red, except it's a... I mean... There is red on it, but it's not... It's half silver.
Objection!
Oh! Heck yeah!
You say it was a plain red balloon that burst? But I strongly beg to differ.
What?
Take a look at this! I think you'd agree it's hardly plain, wouldn't you?
No! What? Who is that?
Mr. President, meet the Steel Samurai. I would have hoped you might recognize him. Especially if you were hoping to ingratiate yourself with the people of this country.
Yeah! You need to watch the Jammin' Ninja too. He's amazing.
So you see, the balloon that was struck by the bullets was anything but plain. It was in fact of the Steel Samurai. But the briefing mentioned 2 plain red balloons. And there they are, right on the security plan.
They do look pretty plain, don't they? Just simple round balloons.
Knight! What's the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Yes, Mr. President. It seems the Steel Samurai balloon was borrowed at last minute, sir. Borrowed?
Oh?
That's what we were told. Guess they only reported the incident to us bodyguards, though. Seems there was a little trouble here on site last night. One of the original balloons burst somehow.
So they swapped it in as an emergency replacement?
Yeah, one of the stall holders happened to have it. From what I hear, he was more than willing to lend it out. Very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they said.
I wonder who that guy was. Surely no one we know.
A happy-go-lucky stall holder with a Steel Samurai balloon to spare. Ah. They filled just the bottom part up with air to make it look like the other ornamental balloon.
That's clever, actually.
So while it was a Steel Samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above water. Is that the long and short of it? Knight! Why was I not informed of this? We could have had Steel Samurai balloons! Sorry, sir. We didn't think it was a pressing issue. And indeed, you saw it and knew no different, correct? Excuse me. Yes, I suppose so. Would he really have mistaken the Steel Samurai's pants for a plain red balloon? One of 99? Still, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon. Of course! What was that outburst for? Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon. You couldn't see it? That's right. The wind was blowing too hard. The flags to the side of the stage were flapping incessantly, blocking my view. Is that so? Yes, those 2 flags. They were being blown back towards me.
Were they?
There would have been a strong wind blowing right around the time of the incident. Strong enough to blow the flags in just such a fashion. But does that conflict in any way with our understanding of the case?
Ooh, give me a second. Oh, it was blowing that way. Yep. You actually can't see the flag in this picture. Aha! Yes, it does.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your testimony has revealed yet another contradiction. It has? Yes. A contradiction that could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived on the scene, the wind had died down, and the flags were resting calmly for the most part. But if the wind had previously been blowing the flags as the President describes, a certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a very different meaning.
Yes. Which piece of evidence? This one, the trajectory.
Take that!
Earlier, we deduced that the bullet that struck the Seal Samurai balloon and the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same.
Just took a sip.
From these two things, we further deduced the trajectory that the bullet must have taken. And we concluded that our shooter must have fired from the left side of the spectator area. But if the flags were blowing as the president describes, our conclusion becomes quite different.
Indeedy. No way! If the flags are pointed in the other direction...
Exactly. Our trajectory changes completely. And if we trace that trajectory back to its source, we can ascertain who really fired that shot.
Wait, but Mr. Edgeworth, that would mean...
Yes, I know. We may not yet understand the reason why, but it can only have been one person who did it.
Who does the bullet's new trajectory implicate as the one that fired the shot? Oh. Mr. Bronco?
Take that!
The person who fired that shot was none other than you, Mr. Knight. Oh, what?
The path from the balloon back through the flag leads directly to the spot where you were standing. Yes.
But the guy's one of the president's bodyguards.
Yes.
Why the heck would he go around shooting balloons? This is absurd. What exactly are you trying to imply? That Mr. Knight, a man who saved my life countless times, is my would-be assassin? Seriously, Edgeworth, we've put up with a lot from you, but this... We are President Wong's bodyguards. We're the pieces put on the board to protect the king. I'll handle this, Knight. Sorry, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech. But the wind can pick up and die away in an instant, can it not? Therefore, I need proof. Proof that it was blowing hard enough to lift the flags during that crucial moment. I have a piece of evidence that shows just that. Perhaps it could also show us what was happening with the flag then, too.
Hey!
Take that!
Your proof is in this picture right here. Huh! This should be good. Which picture? Where?
That one.
We can see which way the flag was really blowing. Right here.
Boink!
Take that!
Well, do you deny that it clearly shows the flag? Aye. And there we have it. Proof that it was blowing towards you at the moment of the shooting. So, that means our pal over there did shoot the balloon?
Making him the assassin?
Mr. Knight? Ooh.
Ooh! Now, there's something. He's not the assassin.
No.
I don't think so. Wait, hold on. I want to say no, because he fired away from the president. But then... Wait, if I say he's not the assassin, will it... I don't think he's trying to be an assassin, but there is this does feel like it was set up to a point.
Mr. Knight is not the assassin. He may have shot the balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. Therefore, he can't have been aiming at his boss. Yeah, besides, why would I even shoot the balloon? What would be the point? And watch how you answer, or I might aim for something else next. There was a point, I'm sure of it. If I can figure out what it was, perhaps I can finally put this whole conundrum to rest. Knight definitely shot the balloon. That fact alone changes everything about the case.
Yeah, because, I think this is it. Ah! I love it when the jigsaws fit.
Why did Knight's assigned position change? Told you I can't turn my neck to the right. Could only cover the president's left side. I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. But is that the only reason? Let us suppose that the plan hadn't changed, that Knight had remained posted on the left. Given that he was unable to turn his head to the right, would he even have been able to shoot the balloon closest to him?
No.
Would it be that the security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? And if we suppose that to be the case, the two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? We made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders. That's right. The president was the one who ordered the change.
Yes. Yes. I hear a plane going over, but it... Damn.
If I'm reading things right, the president knew in advance about the balloon shooting. Which means he must have had foreknowledge that he would be in someone's crosshairs today as well. And if that's true, then everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. How the shooter got a gun past such heavy... How did the shooter get a gun past such heavy security? And why would they then carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? And how did the president suffer no injuries at all despite a direct hit to his vest? These are the questions that Knight and the president don't want us to consider. There is only one possible reason for Mr. Knight to have fired his gun. To create the illusion of an assassin attempt.
What?
Huh? Idiot! Idiot! You do understand what you're saying. Oh, I understand all too well. I understand everything now.
Most of all, I understand why you were so keen to take this investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plans to remain hidden.
How dare you speak to me that way? Is this some sort of sick joke?
Oh, it's no joke, I assure you. It is simply the truth, as revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning. Nothing more. The first shot was fired by Mr. Knight with the specific intention of hitting that balloon. The sound of gunfire and the bursting of the balloon were guaranteed to cause a panic. Then, he fired again.
He did?
Yes. He fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As for why he did so, it's because the second shot was designed to create the impression that the president had been hit.
So then, what's the deal with the one in the vest?
I'm willing to bet that bullet was planted there long before the shooting ever occurred. Someone get a bucket for Mr. President?
So, Mr. Heroic President didn't take a bullet after all. Hold it.
That's not true. I was shot, I tell you.
We'll be able to verify that for ourselves once we take a closer look at the bullet. At the very least, we can expect to find traces of Mr. Rook's blood on it, correct? Where are those sick bags? I'm sure we can find one for him.
But you said it yourself. You found the shooter in a photograph. The person with a red hood.
Objection!
I thought I made myself clear. The trajectory points to only one possible shooter, Mr. Knight.
Then, where does Tabby fit into all this?
She was simply one part of their plan. In order to place the suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassin.
A highly suspicious person with the red hood.
I have yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Lloyd was in the whole scheme, but I can say with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. Excuse me. I suspect her only job was to point a laser sight at the president.
That's right. Then I was...
Tasked with turning your jacket inside out the moment the crowd flew into a panic, yes. Thus, making the mysterious red-hooded shooter disappear in the blink of an eye. Then, when the gun and the security plan were later found in the trash can, it would have all appeared to have been the work of an assassin so skilled they could vanish into thin air. But then the case would have gone cold! Exactly what our friends here were hoping for.
Makes sense now why they wanted you off the case.
Indeed, because the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetrated by the president himself. Oh dear.
No, oh.
He's deflated. The presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Admit it, the entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it?
Oh. If that stupid chief prosecutor hadn't insisted on assigning you... Oh, how could I let this happen? Oh.
Objection!
Hello?
Sir?
That's enough, Edgeworth.
Mr. Knight,
Sorry, but I'm speaking with the president right now. Yeah, well, I'm doing my job as a knight and protecting my king. So go ahead. Keep running your mouth. Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words?
He wouldn't, would he?
Nah, I don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. You claim I fired my gun from on stage. How do you figure I did that in front of a crowd of thousands? An excellent point. Time for my counter move, I suppose. You had a certain something that allowed you to conceal your actions. A certain something, huh? Mighty specific. What did Knight use to hide his actions from the crowd?
His attaché case.
Take that!
My attaché case. Yes, take a look at Kay's photograph. I couldn't help myself. Your right hand is completely obscured by the case. At the very moment this picture was taken, you were firing your gun. And in such a way that you wouldn't be detected.
Objection!
You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory, do you, Edgeworth? Shame you don't seem to have noticed. Noticed what? The theories are all you have. Conjectures, nothing more. That flag was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I hid my gun with my attaché case. We changed the security plan because I couldn't turn my head. It's all just speculation. Circumstantial evidence at best. You can't prove any of it. Ah. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. But no, that bullet's at the bottom of the lake. You're gonna go dredge it up? I hate to say it, but he's right. I don't have anything concrete. I thought not. Maybe now you can shut your mouth.
Hold it.
Hold it!
Miss Lloyd, of course. She could shed some light on this whole situation. I just need to get her to talk. What's the matter? Something you want to say, Miss Journalist?
No, never mind.
That's what I thought. Miss Lloyd. I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be lost forever. You are a journalist after all, are you not?
Dang it! I can't stay quiet any longer.
Hey! You understand what you're doing, right? I'd think carefully before opening that mouth of yours.
I was so focused on bagging me a scoop, I forgot the most important thing of all. Real journalists don't lie. Ain't no dang scoop if it ain't the truth. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I should have showed you this before.
What is it?
It's the laser pointer I used on the president. But that's all I've done. I never shot nobody.
You stupid. I thought I told you. You squeal, and you go down as an accomplice.
It was him. He told me to do it. I was at Jean Fa's embassy sniffing out a story like I told you. This was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue, just starts talking. Help me out and I'll get you exclusive access to the president. That kind of stuff.
What about the gun in the trash can?
That I don't know nothing about, I swear it. All he told me was to wear a jacket with a red hood and to point that there pointer at the president. I never thought for a minute it'd blow up in my face so bad. I'm sorry. Truly, I am.
Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I'd like you to testify to that effect when this goes to trial. It ought to go a long way towards proving that the assassination was a sham. Ugh, what's wrong with you people? Don't any of you know what's good for you? My sympathies, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from this case as you'd intended, perhaps then you could have kept your pawn quiet, hmm?
Oh, that's an amazing face. So, let me get this straight. You told Tabby, if you let slip about our fake assassination plot, we'll have you convicted for murder? Or something like that?
Of all the dirty... I said no such thing.
Oh, hold it. Oh.
President Wang.
Give it up, Knight. It's time we came clean. It's our only choice.
So, Mr. President, you admit it. You admit that there was a plot to fake an assassination attempt.
I do. I'm sorry. Bro.
Like, I shouldn't laugh. But... it's just him trying to put his face back to where it was before is funny.
But why? Why do something like that?
My popularity's been on the wane back home. I thought surviving an attempt on my life might give me the boost I needed. Well, I know what we did was wrong. So yes, it was all lies, all of it.
And the bullet in the vest?
It was planned ahead of time. I wasn't hit by anything today.
Yep. But then, what was up with the killer?
Our plan got out somehow. And then he just appeared, hell-bent on turning our fake assassination into a real one.
Hence the red raincoat, I suppose. He'd hoped to get in close enough as the as the fake assassin to finish the job.
There is one thing I don't understand, though.
Oh? And what would that be?
Why did Rook have to die?
Why did Rook have to die?
If the whole thing was fake, how did he wind up getting killed for real?
That's true, and therein lies the real question.
He was a fine bodyguard. The best, in fact. He may not have been a native of Zhangfa, but he was someone I could fully trust.
Ooh. Someone feel a sting just then? Mr. Rutgers has been really something to gain the trust of someone who'd hide from his own shadow.
Sounds like he was as trustworthy to the president as I am to you, huh, sir?
I believe that's for me to say, Detective, not you. Mr. Rook must have known about the plan too, then, correct?
He wasn't aware of any specific details, so not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused. Oh.
And you would have done well to listen to him.
This is a tragedy. The life of a good man has been wasted.
Huh. What was so great about him anyway? What's gotten into him?
Ah, the little green bug of envy.
It was just another piece on the board there to protect you. Nothing more.
Mr. Knight, how could you?
Who was it that actually went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President? While that pious coward backed down when you needed him to step up the most.
I value your support too, of course, but...
Look, I'm your chief bodyguard now. That's all that matters. And now that that spineless fool Rook is gone, things are gonna change around here. Thanks to me, genius strategist, grand master, rightful leader of this team.
Oh dear.
We're all well aware of your ambitions, Knight. But doesn't this seem a little imprudent to you?
Why? My plan this time was perfect. As they always are and as they always will be. That's quite a statement. Especially considering that your perfect plan was an abject failure. Yeah, no thanks to you and that buffoon Rook. And how exactly was it Mr. Rook's fault? If he hadn't died, the killer would have never come after me. And I wouldn't have had to let you in on this plane.
Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that.
Fine. The guy died protecting you, Mr. President. I'm sure that's just what he always wanted. But did he die protecting the president?
Wait! I thought the whole assassination thing was fake.
Oh, come on. Do I have to say everything twice? We planned a fake assassination, but somebody else came along and tried to make it real. 2 shots were fired, remember? Like you said, Edgeworth, one of them was the bullet I shot through that balloon. But the second, that wasn't me. Oh, really? Then who did fire it? The real assassin. But not the killer. His plan was to come after the president with a knife.
This is true.
No, the most likely suspect here is the piece cowering quietly in the corner. Our lily-white queen over there.
What?
Miss Lloyd?
No, I don't believe it. Again with this? I'm not your dang assassin.
But is that really true? I, for one, don't believe it. The gun in the trash can, it can only belong to you.
Knight's Gambit.
As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back onto the plane. I left Rook here in this room while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. Miss Journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can.
So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullets, do you?
Or at least he doesn't. He's claiming not to know.
The knight doesn't protect the rook, Edgeworth. He protects the king!
You wanna translate?
He means that his only concern was protecting the president. Lose the king and you lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess?
I thought the first rule of chess was, black goes first. Or something. Or red. Or was it white that goes first? I'll say this now. I do not good at chess. I don't know. I've tried to learn chess. But I don't know nothing about chess. It never sank in. It never sank in.
But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed.
Hell, I could barely play checkers.
Doesn't matter, it's still a victory. I kept the president safe. I win! Well, it's a bit early to be calling our little match in any case. Oh my goodness.
It's getting so late. But I'm pretty sure this is almost the end of the episode.
For this is where our battle really begins.
The battle. As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back onto the plane.
Hold it!
The victim really didn't take part in your little plan then, did he? Nope, and we kept him in the dark on the details.
Yes, it is going in a bit long. But at least it's not Turnabout a blaze long. So he really thought the president was in danger. But wait, he must have noticed the shot came from right next to him.
Maybe he did. Guess we'll never know. Even if he did know it was a sham, he still had a job to do. He still had to protect his king. And he was able to make a judgment like that in a split second. Impressive. He really was as capable as they say. Not so capable that I couldn't read him like a book. I made it so he had no choice but to go along with our little performance.
Hold it!
Why do that? You and the president both knew the whole thing wasn't real. But it had to seem real. There were people everywhere. It's not a good look, right? Imagine if someone had spotted a man who'd just been shot at, hanging out in his plane sipping grape juice like he didn't have a care in the world. And what was the victim doing during all this? Who knows? I was in the safe room, like I said. Anyway, when I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground.
Hold it!
Where on the ground exactly? Right where he is now, the middle of the floor. The door to the outside was shut, though. Guess the bullet must have hit him right before he closed it. And thanks to his little blunder, my whole plan fell apart. Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk that way. He may have kept you safe, Mr. President, but he isn't here now to save your good name. I'd call that dereliction of duty. What would you call it? An honorable try. Which is more than what you'd give, I'd say. Sorry, but that's just how it is. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage.
Hold it!
Weren't you and Mr. Rook both carrying bulletproof attaché cases? Yeah. Opened them right after Rook spotted the laser sight. We moved into covering positions, and we used them to shield the president. So the bullet that hit Mr. Rook traveled through a gap in that defensive shield? Do you really believe Miss Lloyd to be that skilled a marksperson? No. She was aiming for the president. That makes her a lousy shot. So it was pure coincidence that Mr. Rook was hit. In such a vulnerable... And the bullet simply happened to find its way past your attaché cases and through the gap in his vest. Seems crazy to me too, but facts are facts. It was a shot in a million, but the shooter hit the bullseye. And the proof is in your hands.
You know, in darts, you actually don't want to hit bullseye usually. Generally, you want to hit the triple 20.
That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can.
Oh, really?
Objection!
We've got you now.
So, you contended it was you who shot the balloon and Miss Lloyd who shot Mr. Rook. Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
Sure, I'm sure. While what you've proposed would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard, the gun from the trash can itself has also been fired twice.
Careful.
Now, why would the supposed number of shots heard from this gun differ from the number of spent rounds? It's simple. Because it was planted. Planted by the real perpetrator of the crime.
Somebody faked the evidence.
Yes. And if you think about it, their reason for doing so is obvious. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the spectator area. And in order to do that, they had to make it seem as if both shots had come from this one weapon.
I get it. That's why it's got 2 spent rounds, huh?
Precisely. As we've already proven, the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon. Which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either. Nice work, Edgeworth. That's some high-grade sleuthing. But why didn't you get to the point? You've come this far. Spit it out. Oh, I intend to, don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook was... you.
Take that!
Mr. Knight. You were the one who murdered Mr. Rook. Oh, finally got up the courage to say it, huh?
Surely not. Surely you wouldn't have. Oh.
It wasn't only the killer who tried to take advantage of this fake murder plot. You killed Mr. Rook hoping that he would look like an accidental victim of this bungled assassination. With the president locked away in the safe room, and the door of the airplane tightly closed, it was just you and Mr. Rook, alone together. Oh, yeah, right. And that was when the third bullet was fired, right into your colleague's body.
Objection!
Stop! Stop it!
Wait, you're really gonna claim there's a third one now?
Ah! Oops. Monkey bun.
You just said only 2 gunshots were heard. Wanna tell me how that works?
Objection!
Airplane cabins are practically soundproof, Mr. Knight. If you close the door, nothing can be heard from the outside. Not even gunfire.
But wasn't the president right next door?
Very true, which means he may have heard the shot himself. Well, Mr. President? I didn't hear anything. But you can observe this room right through your security feed, can you not? The camera in this room isn't normally on. I have to manually switch it on when I enter the safe room.
And that's what you did this time too, right?
Well, that is...
Well, if he didn't, that would explain why he didn't respond to Dakila's request earlier.
What's gotten into him? Mr. President, this is vitally important.
Please, President Wong?
Fine. I was busy hiding under the bed, covering my ears.
What? Even though you knew the whole thing wasn't real?
Yes! Of course, I hate the sound of guns.
Oh, I understand it. I understand it. I hate sudden loud noises too. I could barely tolerate the sound of a balloon popping.
Just the slightest hint of that awful noise and... Oh, it's just too much.
Yeah, I feel bad for him too. He's doing his best to put on a brave front for Zhangfa, but he's just a scared guy who's afraid of loud noises. Ugh. That they're sadder than a pot of overcooked crawfish.
Ahem. Mr. Knight, you saw that President Wang was cowering beneath the bed. And what's more, you knew from the monitor bank that the security camera for this room hadn't been switched on. Which means you knew that the circumstances were perfect for you to fire a third shot straight at Mr. Rook. Knight, how could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly? You think I killed the old half-wit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line for you day after day. I want to believe you, but... I don't get it. I just don't get it. What's there to doubt here? What? You don't believe that the girl over there could have done it? Correct. Because this gun isn't the murder weapon. We know this from the number of bullets fired. Oh yeah? Well, how do you know there wasn't a spent bullet from the start? What? Someone could have fired a bullet from that gun yesterday, or the day before. And today, another bullet? The bullet that hit Rook?
Well, that's pure speculation, pal, and you know it.
Maybe. But can you prove it's not true? Not with any certainty, no. You're nothing without conclusive proof, so come on! A single piece of evidence straight through my heart. I dare you. Well, what are you waiting for?
Ugh. There must be something. Wasn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? If we can't prove it, Tabby. Please, Ruffles. I messed up. I know I did. I should never have done what I did, not even for a scoop. But murder? No, that ain't me. Ain't a murderous bone in my body.
Conclusive proof. If only I could prove the Knight's gun is the murder weapon. Wait. Perhaps I can.
If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon.
Might add a scrap of credibility. Imagine you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun.
If we had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, forensics could tell us which gun it was fired from. No proof, no case. End of conversation.
Objection!
Hold us right there. What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof? Of course I do. Oh, this ought to be good. Alright, bring it on. Show me this proof of yours. The bullet that killed Mr. Rook is the key to ending our little game. Very well. My conclusive evidence is...
Ooh! 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 Ooh, boo 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 boo. Boo boo boo. Right here or not in my possession. Ooh, boo 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 boo. This is interesting. Ooh, which one do I go with? 'Cause I feel like could it be
not currently in my possession. Alright then, thanks for playing, folks. But that's game over. However, it is here in this room. Haha! What? As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body. But where did it end its journey? Perhaps we should cast our minds back to an earlier conversation. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. Except that didn't happen. Things would have been a lot worse if he wasn't wearing the vest. Of course, now we know that the so-called assassination attempt was a complete fabrication. The vest was prepared in advance, made to look as if it had been hit by a bullet. Which begs the question, where is the real bullet? I like it. A twist. This is good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on then, don't keep us in suspense. Does any of the evidence point to where the bullet that killed Mr. Rook might have ended up?
I think so. Please!
Take that!
There's something very clearly missing from this room. Yes, a prosecutor with some common sense. Take a look at the bank of security monitors. Oh? I see you've caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. Simply splendid. There are screens here showing views from all around this airplane, inside and out. The only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the aircraft. And that's because one of the monitors is missing. There was a monitor in that space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President? There was. I have no idea what my plushie's doing there now, though. It appears be someone's vain attempt to hide what's obviously lacking. It appears to be someone's vain attempt. But where did it go, and why? Why is easy enough to answer. Because it was struck by a bullet. For if we were to believe that the bullet in the vest was the real deal, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet had to be removed.
So, where'd the missing monitor go?
Where indeed? I believe that it must be hidden somewhere on this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside the aircraft. Detective Gumshoe, conduct a search if you would. Right away, sir. Mr. President, extraterritoriality, remember?
That's defunct.
I have no objection to the search. Please go ahead. If it'll help us discover the truth behind what happened to Rook, I will not stand in your way. What are you? I don't believe this. Rook this, Rook that. Don't you ever think about anybody else.
Hey. I'm sorry, Bronco. Are you sad that everyone else thought he was the stallion?
The search has been authorized, whoops. I thought that was Gumshoe. The search has been authorized, Detective. If you wouldn't mind.
Sir, I found the monitor.
Excellent work. Now, go ahead and extract the bullet.
Let's see if I put my hand in here and just, come on, come on. Got it. He did not put his hand right in the hole with all the broken glass.
Well, would you look at that? Blood! This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. There's no doubt about it.
Bloody bullet.
And there you have it, Mr. Knight. A single piece of evidence you requested, straight through your heart. Even you must now admit, if this bullet didn't come from the spectator area gun, then Miss Lloyd cannot be Mr. Rook's killer. What? No pithy comeback? Detective, have forensics analyze the bullet for striations and compare them to the gun we found. Yes, sir. We'll get the evidence you need. You can count on it.
Oh, his tummy. The presidential tummy.
Alright, let's hear what forensics has to say.
Our findings are as follows, sir. Firstly, the blood on the bullet is indeed that of the victim,
Proving that it was the bullet that killed Mr. Rook.
Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun.
Probably from when I handed all the evidence over to him. Now for the key part, the striations. If they're not a match, then Miss Lloyd is in the clear. Oh, rule of thirds.
Lastly, the striations on the bullet are a match with this weapon.
What?
But how could that be? No way! Oh, come on. There's no doubt about it, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullet.
How?
I better not yell too loud. It's very late at night.
Well, isn't that something? Conclusive proof that I was right. What's the matter? You didn't think you had me backed into a corner, did you?
All right, Ocelot.
Guess you misread the board. Because the only one backed into a corner here is you.
Knight's counter.
There's no denying it. Forensics proof that the gun and the bullet are a match. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. So who pulled the trigger? It can't have been me. I was up on stage. Which leaves your little friend. The hack killed Rook. She's the murderer, and you just proved it. Your move, Edgeworth. But just remember 2 things. 1, where you found that gun. And 2, which gun the fatal bullet came from. Whichever way you look at it, I can't have been the shooter. How did it come to this? Me and the President, we admitted to faking the assassination attempt. Now it's your turn to admit something. Who the killer really is.
There's no way Tabby did it, is there?
Don't let him get to you, Kay. We just need to go over his statements again. Right. Please. There must be something further we can deduce from them.
Okay, let's do this, Mr. Edgeworth.
Forensics prove that the gun and the bullet are a match. Yeah, let's do the preliminary.
No, that's...
Objection!
Ah! What was it you said? That forensics would back you up? How does it feel to be shot in the chest by your own conclusive proof, huh? Not so good, I imagine.
The bullet and the gun are a match, Mr. Edgeworth. That kinda has to mean that Tabby pulled the trigger, no? No!
Even so, I simply cannot accept that. But, sir, there's no denying the evidence. There isn't. So, what am I missing? If I assume Miss Lloyd to be innocent, then the gun and the bullet shouldn't be a match. What is it, Kay?
I was just thinking, if the evidence points to something that doesn't seem possible, then maybe there's something wrong with it.
You're asking me to call the evidence into question.
Well, there's no way Tabby did this, right? So if the evidence says that she did, then the problem must lie there. With the updated autopsy report.
You seem very sure about this.
Call it my great thief's intuition.
Intuition, Still, she could be right. I simply don't believe Miss Lloyd to be a malicious liar, which means... As someone who believes that evidence is everything in court, the irony is not lost on me, but... if I were to call a piece of evidence into question, it would have to be...
Ooh. The gun, the bullet, or neither.
Are there no other suspect pieces of evidence?
I wonder.
I'd say your prosecutor's badge is looking pretty suspect right now.
Your badge is suspect.
I didn't know they made fakes that good. Curses. Seems I drew the wrong conclusion. What am I missing here?
Okay. Hold on.
Hold it!
Hold on.
Objection!
Ah! God damn it, that's getting me. It has to be the gun. Oh.
If something untoward is going on here, it would have to involve the weapon, not the bullet. After all, we only just recovered the bullet a little while ago. Furthermore, we know that Mr. Knight had an opportunity to handle the gun.
Hand over the evidence you've gathered and remove yourselves from the plane. Do what he says if you... I'd do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth. No, this can't really be the end of the line, can it?
Indeed. He had ample opportunity. There's no doubt that this gun is the weapon that was used in the crime. Which means it must belong to...
Him! He swapped the guns.
Take that!
The gun belongs to Mr. Knight. He switched them around. That has to be it.
Yay!
Bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area.
Oh. So who pulled the trigger? Can't be me. I was up on stage. Ooh. Do I have them? Could I? Could I? Do it now?
Objection!
Yeah!
Admit it. You switched the guns, didn't you, Mr. Knight? That's why the markings match the weapon in question. It was yours all along. An intriguing move there, Edgeworth. And... you must have made the switch when I handed over the evidence. While I was busy trying to make the case for remaining on the investigation. You took the laser sight from the gun we found in the trash can and put it on your own. Then, not long afterwards, you handed that gun back to me instead of the one we found. I did, huh? You think I somehow knew you'd find, let alone run forensics on that bullet sometime in the future? Is that so strange? You're a chess player after all. A man well used to thinking several moves ahead. I'm flattered, but as much as it pains me to admit it, you're overestimating my abilities. Besides, do you even have any proof that I made the switch?
Again? Yet more testimony?
The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it is just a coincidence.
Well, it's not a coincidence, it's standard issue.
And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also take a look in the cylinder. 2 spent bullets. Just what we'd expect to see. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None, that's what. You say I'm overestimating your abilities? You surprise me. What can I say? I'm a modest guy. More modest than you, that's for sure. Everywhere except at the chessboard, that is. Well, I don't see a chessboard here, do you?
There it is! It's on his tie!
Shame. Still, guess that gives you a nice excuse. I didn't mess up, I just didn't have the right evidence. I don't think I'll be the one making excuses. Rather, I didn't mess up. They just got lucky with the evidence. Will be your excuse, I'd imagine.
The gun is the same model as mine, weird, but just a coincidence.
Hold it!
A coincidence, you say? Or was it a necessity? It can't be both, pal. Sure it can. We bodyguards need to protect the president. The girl needed to use a gun, but she probably doesn't know a whole lot about them. It's not so far-fetched for her to pick something she's heard of that we also happen to use.
Okay, but why a revolver? Because they're cool, I guess. Why is that your go-to gun?
It's probably something to do with its ease of use.
No spent casings to chase down, for example.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. A perfect tool for a job where you can't afford to fail, or don't know what you're doing. Still, coincidence, necessity, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference either way. There's a laser sight attached.
This is true. There was a laser sight.
Because you swapped it on there. Put up or shut up, Edgeworth. Where's your evidence?
Well,
That is. Don't go making accusations you can't back up. Or did your daddy never teach you that? You shut your mouth. As it stands, the facts are in my favor here.
two spent bullets, just what we'd expect to see.
I've been meaning to ask, actually. What about your own weapon? How many spent bullets are there in its cylinder? This old girl here? Well, now. Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? I let loose a few rounds earlier, as you saw. He reloads his gun every time he fires it? But even if I were to tell you how many there were at the time, you'd have no way of verifying that. Of course. In order to sort the guns properly, he'd have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. He didn't have the chance to put on any gloves, though, which means... Alright, I think it's about time you did the right thing and resigned, don't you? Game's all but done, see? So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None, that's what.
Oh, really? Actually... No, we did like this. Two spent bullet. Rippy.
Objection!
Your goose is cooked. Zugzwang! Or something. I have your proof right here. Wait, no.
That's your proof? I think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth.
I know Zugzwang is a chess move.
Not the gun itself, the evidence it carries. Evidence that will prove once and for all that it does in fact belong to you.
Sadly, I learned the term Zugzwang from an episode of Criminal Minds.
I'm looking forward to this. Go ahead, make your move. What's about to come into play? A rook? A bishop? Not a pawn, surely. The evidence the gun will provide takes the form of... fingerprints.
I don't think so.
Namely your fingerprints, Mr. Knight.
Objection!
My prints? Of course my prints are on the gun. You handed it right to me when you gave up the evidence. How could they not be on there?
Objection!
What if I told you there are prints on a part of the gun that you shouldn't have touched at any point? What? Where? You can't prove that. Oh, but I can. There is a place where your fingerprints could never have been left if things happened as you say. Allow me to present the final piece of evidence that will bring our game to its rightful conclusion.
The chamber cylinder. The chamber cylinder.
Here, look closely at the cylinder, detective. Cool bullets fired, but
where the prints we're looking for, sir.
Oh, really? Eh.
You did indeed switch the guns when I handed you the evidence. But if that were all you had done, your deception would have been easily detected.
That's right.
Because the number of bullets fired by each gun was different. There were 2 spent bullets in the gun we found.
Yeah, but what about Mr. Knight's gun?
We know that he fired 2 bullets from the stage into the balloon. And he fired another bullet into Mr. Rook, ending his life. So 3 bullets in total, plus the few odd ones he let loose and shot during our little game. And after each shot, he reloaded his gun out of habit. With his bare hands, of course. Ah. Officer, where exactly were Mr. Knight's fingerprints found? The ones you mentioned in your report?
Sure, they were found on the exterior of the weapon, but also on the bullets themselves.
I'm not sure they could have gotten there just from me handing you the evidence, Mr. Knight. And there we have it. Proof that you did indeed switch the guns. This gun, the one which fired the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, is yours. And in taking his life, you are the true assassin. I didn't. Checkmate.
Oink, 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 oink. Oh my goodness! I saw the thinker. I saw Mr. Yugo from the plane. And a little blue badger.
I was going to be the new chief of security. That blasted Rook. If it hadn't been for him, I would have been in charge by now. I would have been in control of the whole team. My plan was perfect. The fake assassination was supposed to be flawless. Detective Gumshoe. Right away, sir. Curse you, Edgeworth! Our game isn't over yet. Aye. I'm afraid this is as far as we go for today. The next moves we play will be in the courtroom. What? It's not fair! It's not fair!
God, he's tall! "5:12 p.m. Gourd Lake, Lakeside Stage." Oh, he put himself back into his muscle suit.
Mr. Edgeworth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You exposed a murderer within the ranks of my own personal guard. I will not soon forget that. He's suddenly very presidential again now that we're back outside the plane. I saw it, you know, when I first proposed the fake assassination to him. You want me to handle it, not Rook. Rook refused. But I can rely on you, can't I? Of course, sir. You can count on me. I'll put together a plan that can't possibly fail. And he'll play his part like the pawn he is. The hatred in his eyes was plain to see. He despised poor Rook. I was not entirely comfortable about moving forward with Knight in charge of our little deception. And looking back, I think he sensed my discomfort. I can't help thinking I played a part in his decision to end Rook's life. Mr. President, none of this would have happened if you hadn't plotted to fake an attempt on your life. That was your crime, and it is a crime you will have to live with. You are right. I can only apologize for the part I played. And I will no doubt be made to pay for my actions in one way or another. But I thank you nonetheless. You solved the riddle of Rook's demise, and for that I shall be eternally grateful. I will be here in your country for a little while longer yet. But when I have returned home, perhaps you will visit us in Shangfa. You will always be welcome.
Oh. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Y'all don't know how grateful I am. All's well that... All's well that ends well.
Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you was of course entirely groundless. But the fact remains that you were a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak to you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions.
I know. And I'm awful sorry about everything. Truly I am.
I understand your desire for a scoop, but there are limits.
There sure are. I got me some serious thinking to do. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. That was something else. A local prosecutor solved assassination conundrum. Earns eternal gratitude of president. How's that for a headline? Hey, that there's my department. Mr. Prosecutor, how does it feel to solve such an important case? You must be over the moon.
She certainly doesn't stay down for long. No comment.
Oh, dang. You're one tight-lipped son of a gun.
As well I should be. This case is not over yet. It isn't? How come, sir?
Well, we gotta see the guy in court.
Because until we unravel the story behind this, the case will never be completely over.
Oh, shit. Yes, this. The killer's calling card.
Mr. the Killer has yet to complete his assignment. You mean he might still try to murder the president? I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this could all blow up into something more sinister yet. As one would expect with the attempted assassination of a president, the case was all over the news. And my preparations for Mr. Knight's trial excuse me, were constantly interrupted by requests from the press. There wasn't a person in the land who didn't know about the case. Everybody was talking about it. But in the midst of the frenzy that followed, nobody noticed that this was only the first move in a game far bigger than any of us could have imagined.
Indeed. The end! Or the... Dun, dun, dun. Hee hee!
Case closed.
Wahoo! Ugh. my goodness, it's almost 3 a.m. But man, I didn't mind that case. I liked it. I do need to get some rest. And I didn't hate anyone in the end. I mean, even like I have the I only vaguely remember my first time playing the case. Yes, yes, me too. I like the twist that the killer was here, but he wasn't actually the killer. I I just think that that concept is really funny. It's like he's an infamous or notorious murderer, assassin, serial killer, but they're not the culprit actually. It was this person instead. Yeah. Dijun Wang, he wasn't bad either. I liked him. Yeah. I like that I was able to do the This Is Young Fa bit twice in a row and not mess it up. Hell yeah. Although that roughage probably did a number on my throat as it was. What, next week? Oh my goodness. The Captive Turnabout. I don't remember which case this is. I want to say... Oh, actually. I might? I think this is the one that takes place in a prison. Yeah. In which case, well, there's a character I'm excited for us all to meet, because I remember them being really, really cool. All right. So next time, the Captive Turnabout. Can't wait. Hope to see you there. Or you could catch up on my VOD. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you then. Good night! And remember, this is Zhongfa! Hee